Dobre mam te rękawy?
Dobra.
Na gumeczkę? I co? Aha.
Jeszcze wracam do ciebie.
Do mnie? Dobrze.
Zabieram na chwilkę radyjko.
Dobra. To ja idę... Aneta na mnie krzyczy. Już wiem wszystko, co zrobić. Poczekaj. O, dzień dobry. Aneta, zacz, twoja szefowa już na mnie od rana.
Kto moja szefowa?
To ona od rana. Z pretensjami.
Mamy taki zwyczaj, każdy wreszcie na swoją szefową.
Tak. A ktoś odpowiedział a propos Jowicie o sprawie parkingu? O ty, jaka kochana.
Pani, ja
Tam,
tu czuwam.
bo tam są jeszcze
Nie śpię, bo odpisuję.
takie miejscówki, gdzie trochę takie...
Znalazłeś parking? Bo Ewa mówiła, że jeździła 15 minut.
No ja to od razu sobie patrzę miejsce z góry i po prostu stanąłem tam, gdzie jest jakieś błotko, także po prostu wysiadłem z samochodu i wpadłem po kolana w błoto. Ale generalnie jest git.
Nie, no jest git, bardzo dobrze. Ja jestem, Kuba, cały czas w ogóle tak very impressed, że ty znasz słowo rumpologia. To ja naprawdę, ja jestem...
Gdybym wiedział,
Gdybyś wiedział, to od razu byś na rozmowę... Słuchaj,
to bym pominął rozmowę z Jowicą.
co?
30 minut. Jesteś podłączona i wszyscy słyszą o rumpologii.
No bo... No i pytanie teraz, czy znacie to słowo w ogóle, wiecie, quiz. No wiem, ale czy wszyscy, co słyszą, to znają, no? Nie wstydź.
Jów zna.
Czy uczestnicy JUW znają słowo? Zacznijmy od tego. Czy uczestnicy JUW znają?
Ja nie jestem, teraz mam sprawę, że nawet nie jestem zalogowana tutaj jako fundacja, więc ja wrzucę po prostu...
Sobie jest na konto fundacji, to jest... Zaraz dam ci hasło.
Ale tam jest roboty do
Nie.
inne.
Co?
Zapomniałem hasło, po prostu mam je napisane.
Bo wiesz co, ja bym tylko...
A jest jakiś Wi-Fi?
Jest, trzeba się otwarty, trzeba tam coś przeklikać zgody.
On do niego
Ale spoko.
Dobra, postawię sobie ze swoich hasło.
Czy jeżeli masz, Kuba, zalogowany jesteś tu na tym,
i on ma do
na
tego
fundacji,
Grzesia
to jakbyś mógł od razu wrzucić to, co Iza wrzuciła, że dziś jesteśmy i że jeszcze można się, bo jeszcze można cały czas się zapisywać, że jesteś. Tak.
Czy ja już w ogóle nie mogę się odzywać w takim razie? Bo wszyscy mnie słyszą.
Słyszą cię.
No.
Już nie mów o tej rumpologii.
Nie? Ale akurat rumpologia to jest bardzo wdzięczny. Kto? Nikt nie zna. Ja znam. Ja znam, Brzmi bardzo rumpologicznie. Tak. Chciałabym zjeść ciastko. Czy mogę, czy nie mogę? Kawy się napiję jeszcze. Siku mi się potem będzie chciało. I co zrobię?
Wiesz co, masz pięknie zrobione usta.
Ale nie jadłam nic od cholera godziny 12 wczoraj.
12 rano.
Nie, przepraszam, banana zjadłam o 19.
No, to
No. No,
ogólnie śmiało go, tylko uważaj na...
usta. Ale pani mnie przyjdzie, poprawi. Idę na próbę? Idę na tą próbę techniczną? Czy nie? Czy już ten? Czy nie? Nie?
Za 15 minut.
A, to luzik. O, jest Liwia z Kasią. Jest kolejna... Tak. Dzień dobry, dzień dobry. Tutaj zostawiacie. Cześć, Jezu.
Przepraszam, że ja nie mogłam się
No.
spotkać, ale po prostu ja mam tak...
Wierzę.
okropne
No.
były, że ledwo żyłam.
Ale to sobie pytania są jasne, proste. Mamy 7 minut.
Tak, chociaż muszę spojrzeć, bo nie widziałam odpowiedzi jeszcze, więc
A,
ja jestem
dobra,
totalnie,
dobra.
wiesz, taka na
Make-up
żywca.
będziemy mieć teraz, prawda?
Tak,
Ja mam
tak.
make-up. Naprawdę potrzebuję jeszcze...
Bardzo dobrze wyglądasz.
Nie wyglądasz, ale jak chcesz się jeszcze tutaj poczuć
Nie,
make-upowo.
ja bym wolała popatrzeć na pytania, bo szczerze,
No.
wiesz co, właśnie mówiłam, jestem po prostu rozdygotana.
Super. I co, ktoś będzie? Idę. Idę. Czekam na te głosy w głowie. Dzień dobry. O, jest krzyżyk, widzę go nawet. Nie słyszę nic. Nikt do mnie nic nie mówi. Cześć Łukasz. Tak, słyszymy się. Tak cichutko.
No to już
Trochę głośniej potrzebuję, bo tak. O, tak, będzie dobrze, tak, tak. Jezu, pan jest moim głosem. Możemy na ty? To Łukasz, jesteś moim głosem w głowie. Tak.
nie.
Ale to prawda, rano zjadłam na śniadanie
A, dobrze.
15 banana. Nie,
Dobrze, super. Ja raczej jestem z takich pilnujących tego czasu, ale... Dobra, super. Dzięki, to pa.
taki poziom
Tak,
tego
tak,
dźwięku w uchu
tak,
jest okej dla
jest
ciebie.
dobrze.
Dobra,
I
dziękuję.
siebie też słyszę, o Jezu. Ekscytująco. I co, już mogę? Już ten, czy nie? Czy jeszcze coś? To idę, kawy się napiję.
Jest okej, ale jak już zaczynasz kręcić w ciemności, to nie dojedziesz do tego zatrzymania, ale no do samego nadal nic nie
Wiecie, że tak, w pierwszej części ale na
Anusia, jaką kawusię sobie zrobiłaś?
Ja sobie zrobiłam tę.
I dobra, a to jest jakaś organik.
To jest organik, mówię, sprawdzę organiczną z Brazylii.
I dobra?
Chcę spróbować z mlekiem.
Nie, z mlekiem to nie chcę, bo a to i tak.
Kwaśna.
O nie, to nie chcę. Indonezja?
Nie wiem, no nie piłam. To jedno wzięłam sobie.
Nie piłaś.
A ty chcesz z mlekiem czy bez?
Nie, ja bez mleka piję. Ja się nie znam w ogóle na kawach
Dosyć
takich.
kwaśna jest.
A to nie chcę. Ja sobie wezmę intenso. Intenso sobie wezmę.
Nie.
A, do góry?
Daj tutaj, tak.
Tu, to ja...
I teraz na dół. Trzeba to. I leci. To jest niezłe, że wstaję, wszystko jest tak w porządku. Przychodzi taki moment jak teraz, że już bym poszła spać.
Wiesz, ja też. Ale mi się dzisiaj odwołało jedno dziecko, także idę na 4 godziny tylko. Tak,
Trzeba było sobie zaodwołać.
wiesz co...
Nie, no co ty? Nie mam mieszadełek, słyszę.
Nie chciałam, dlatego że ja odpoczywam też na tych zajęciach z dziećmi. To jest jedna rzecz. Dwa, że to jest też, wiesz, moja odpowiedzialność. Ja mogę sobie odwołać, ale oni tracą, wypadają z rytmu. No. A mam takie niektóre dzieci, które nie chcą z nikim innym mieć zastępstwa.
Tylko
ze mną, no.
Czekaj, coś tu kapło, żeby ci nie kapło.
Dziękuję. Masz serwetki? Weź połóż na stoliku. Nie, na stoliku połóż, to ja sobie wytrę od dołu tą. O, ta jest intenso.
Dobra?
No,
Nie kwaśna?
nie, kwaśna nie, ale sobie trochę doleję, ale jest mocna. Tak ją zrobimy.
Nie do przejścia. To energetyka.
Tak.
Syf świata.
Nie do przejścia.
Kiedyś to się piło.
Na studiach, na sesji.
Hardkorowa ostateczność by musiała być, żeby to wypiła. Proszę, kolejna pani. Bo pani tłumaczka, nie? Tak, możliwe, że to pani tłumaczka. No.
Ależ tutaj...
A kto poszedł? Liwia poszła jednak? Poszła jednak? A, dobra.
Nie, bo Jowity jeszcze nie ma chyba, czy jest?
Nie.
Jowita ma być 9:20, no to dajcie jej jeszcze 5 minut.
Dokładnie, ma jeszcze 5 minut.
Tylko, że oni chyba nie mają prezentacji, ci z zagranicy.
Hi, hello. Nice to see you. How was the book writing yesterday? Yeah. Okay. Do you feel your arm hurts? Your no?
Jedna korekta.
Dobrze. Jak ja tam jestem potrzebna, to ja tam mogę pójść. Czy nie? Czy nie? Mogę tu być? To sobie zjem ciastko.
Jak nie ma prezentacji, to żeby ekran się pojawiał. On jest de facto po to chyba, żeby ta prezentacja.
Ale tak czy siak potem nie będą widzieć, nie?
Które odliczanie?
Odliczanie, że tam kończy im się czas, że jeszcze
Tam
nie
jest tylko tekst. Nie, tam jest tylko tekst, że czas się zbliża do końca. Tak? Znaczy, kiedy...
Czyli nie ma dla wszystkich.
Nie ma zegara. Maciej mi powiedział tak, że nie zegar, bo zegar będzie jakiś taki, że tak powiem, denerwujący, rozpraszający, tylko że pod koniec, żeby napisać, że czas się kończy.
zegar wydaje mi się lepszy, bo ta karta może kontrolować na bieżąco, nie? Bo wiesz, jak dostaniesz na koniec komunikat, czas się kończy, to nie wiesz, czas się kończy, ale ile minuty, nie?
No to możemy napisać, że za 2 minuty koniec czasu. To jest edytowane.
Będą przedłużać.
Zegara to jest jakoś też technicznie.
Będą przyciągać.
Znaczy teraz już chyba go nie zdążymy zrobić, a po drugie jest
Ale to
tak,
może sprzedajmy Maćka, czy nie leci timer cały czas? Czy ty jesteś pewien, że nie ma timera?
Macie sam osobiście, jak z nim rozmawiałem, to powiedział, nie, rozmawialiśmy, że timera nie wiem, bo wy uważacie, że lepiej to zegara.
Założyliśmy, że timer jest dla wszystkich, wiesz?
Bo to od niego mam informację, że lepiej napisać tekst pod koniec niż
Znaczy
świecić cały
tekst
czas
swoją
zegara.
drogą, jak wczoraj o tym mówiliśmy, to my może tak, wiesz, przytaknęliśmy dlatego, że...
To w ogóle nie wczoraj, to ja tą informację to miałem na samym początku.
Okej, ale wczoraj na Maćku mówił, że na koniec będzie pokazywany ten tekst, że tak, skończył, że będzie tak. Natomiast my gdzieś tam z tyłu głowy
Wykorzystując czas, że jesz i że mogę ci w tym czasie inne rzeczy podrzucić, ten podcast DJ Talks. Najlepiej to by było nagrać od razu 3 listopada, nagrywamy z Arturem Kurasińskim i nagrywamy o 11 i mają wolne studio o 12 i o 10. I Jowita powiedziała o 12 ok, nie powiedziała o 10 ok, ale nie wiem, czy to znaczy, że nie może. I w sumie to na początek po prostu jakbyś ich tak zapytała, a czy od razu, jeśli chcą, to byśmy to zrobili. Bo później ona chyba coś tam jest trochę w rozjazdach, trochę studio jest pozajmowane i będziemy szukać. Więc ja
Odpisz jej. Tak, to odpisz jej, poproszę. No. Dziękuję Ci bardzo.
Czy jest w stanie to pokazać w momencie, kiedy prezentacji nie pokaże?
Asia, a ty będziesz stała i jest tak.
No ja wszystkim w takim razie będę informować.
Pokazywała.
Tak, wcześniej powiem.
Że będzie komunikat na ekranie.
Kliker jest na krześle.
Na razie jest na krześle, ale umówiliśmy się, że będzie w tym miejscu, gdzie podpinamy
Wyświetlić również dla tych
do
prelegentów
mikrofonu.
anglojęzycznych, którzy nie mają prezentacji.
Asiu, słyszałaś?
Czyli możemy im też rzucić to na ten ekran, tak?
Wejście na scenę, żeby
Tak,
jak
tu gdzie podpinane są mikrofony,
Dobra.
stoi stolik
No to tylko to chcieliśmy ustalić.
koktajlowy i tam położymy. Tak najlepiej, żebyś ty dała
Dobra.
do ręki, a nie żeby szukali, że jest na krześle i leży.
O, jest.
Tak, według mnie tam wtedy jak Państwo nie będą mieli prezentacji, to zrobimy tak, żeby na monitorze prelegentów był program, będą widzieli mix cały. Mam nadzieję, że to nie będzie ich, bo
ten
wtedy,
pasek, tak?
no bo żeby tam, bo na wciąż będzie się Twój komputer wyświetlał. Pytanie, czy, no właśnie,
Tak, tam
więc,
się ciągle
więc
wyświetla na
albo
komputer.
damy czarną, wiesz, jakiś czarny,
Czarną dziurę.
ostatni slajd z czarnym tym, żeby się to wyświetlało, albo
Albo tło bazowe może po prostu, co? Bazówkę pod spodem, czy nie?
Znaczy bazówki to nie będziemy w stanie. Jesteśmy albo zrobić w stanie, że program, albo musimy od Ciebie coś, Ania, jakiś... może pustą prezentację z czarnym slajdem i będzie odpalić ją na takiej sytuacji, jak nie będzie już odpalała czarny, zrobimy może albo jakiś, wiesz, skopiujemy. No,
Maciek, to chyba mniej problematyczny byłby po prostu PGM.
Jeżeli PGM nie przeszkadza, żeby tam był na tym monitorze,
A co to?
program, nasz program, w sensie to, co realizujemy. Czyli
A.
stream, tak? Nasz, który...
Pokażcie nam to, ale zakładam, że nie, bo puszczanie przeze mnie tego, że 2 minuty z mojego komputera...
Nie. To chodziło tylko o to, żeby czarny, żeby wiesz, żeby od ciebie szła
Czarna plansza, na którą nałożymy ten napis. Nie?
Tak, bo mamy do wyboru albo dajemy program, czyli to, co wszystko, to, co miksujemy. Pod tym hasłem program to jest ten nasz miks, który realizujemy z tym.
Albo komputer.
Albo komputer i w tym momencie, jak nie mamy slajdów, to Ania wypuszcza na przykład pusty, czarny slajd.
Tylko... operator 3 sloty, czyli tak, jak rozumiem, te sloty możemy im spokojnie wyświetlić komunikat 2 minuty do końca, minutę do końca.
Każdy możemy, tylko chodzi o to, że macie mówić w momencie, kiedy nie mamy prezentacji, to musimy coś podłożyć zamiast prezentacji na temat.
No.
Podparte.
Ania, dacie usiąść Livi?
Która będzie z komputera, albo
Dzięki.
może być program, czyli ten mix, który jest pod spodem.
Rozumiem, że z wozu możecie to nagrać.
Możemy.
Okej.
Tylko potrzebujemy
Okej, dobrze, czyli dla Was jest ok, że Państwo, którzy nie będą prezentowali slajdów, będą widzieli na tym monitorze bocznym mix cały plus ten napis, że tak, i dodatkowo będzie nam to
Nie, to nie jest moja torba. To jest moja torba.
u Ciebie nic.
To nawet lepiej, to znaczy, że coś będą widzieli niż cały
Będą
czas
widzieli siebie tam,
ekran
jak będą w
mojego
miksie, to będą
komputera.
siebie widzieli. Napis będą widzieli, jak będziemy ten potrzebowali, ale tak będą widzieli wszystkie sytuacje siebie, tak, cały ten.
Studio tryb samolotowy, czy co?
prezentację i na prezentacji odbory pasek.
Ale to chyba bez telefonu. A, w sensie telefonu?
Położę sobie, no nie, tutaj nie chcę zostawiać na wieszaku, jak będą te dzieciaki szkolne czy coś, położę sobie tam na kanapie.
To pytanie, jak ładnie skonstruować tekst po angielsku, że 2 minuty do końca jest nam
Nie, położę sobie na...
Bo ty odpisywałaś tej Natalii wczoraj?
Nie.
Okej.
Nie wiem, jak to jest z prawami. No wtedy jest tak? No ale nie od tyłu? Robimy od przodu i bo mówiłaś pierwotnie, że od tyłu ich złapiemy.
Mahomet jakiś.
Było dynamicznie. To ja w ogóle mam z tym problem, ale już. Ale nie jest, że... Znaczy mam takie poczucie, jednak jest ktoś, kto miał to specjalne rozumienie nie ma. Że kto?
Pierwszy test miałem po 3 dniach, się dowiedziałem, że jeszcze
Ale no tak,
To potrafi... Ja już tego nie pamiętam, nie wiem tego, więc no...
Tak, czyli było dużo też takich,
Tak,
musiałaś wrócić.
tak, no. Ale fajnie.
No naprawdę musisz mieć jeszcze bardzo pojemny umysł, bo ja w takiej samej sytuacji,
No.
tylko ja stwierdziłam, że chcę zostać masażystką.
Naprawdę?
I
Ale
poszłam.
Kasiu, zrobiłaś?
No.
Kasia, czemu ty się przyznałaś, jak zrobiłaś?
No.
Teraz już nie.
Mogę ci zrobić masaż dłoni, ale słuchajcie, no dali mi książkę, tom książki właśnie
Tak.
i całą częścią ciebie najwięcej jest na twarzy.
Tak.
Ja nie wiedziałam, że najwięcej jakichś kości, jakichś takich rzeczy, które musisz rozmasowywać i uczyć się jakby co to jest.
No.
To jest twarz. Tego było po prostu tak dużo, że ja jeszcze te nazwy po łacinie.
No wiecie, są
Nie.
te takie, ta joga twarzy,
Tak,
gdzie
tak.
ponoć to jest lepsze niż tam jakiekolwiek, wiesz, że nie musisz tego później tych botoksów, tego wszystkiego. No na wszystko trzeba mieć. Słuchajcie, muszę do łazienki.
Dobrze.
Ale Iza na pewno wie.
Tu są z łazienki, prosto. Zaczynamy całą konferencję o godzinie 10.
A ja jestem później.
Tak, jest najpierw pani z ministerstwa, potem Jowita. Pani z ministerstwa 3 minuty. Jowita potem ma 18, potem Frederik 20 minut i potem jesteśmy my, 10:43 zgodnie z harmonogramem. Tak. A ja idę sobie, zaniosę torebkę tam na krzesełko i miałam włączyć tryb samolotowy. Kuba, rumpologia, to jest to.
Antenę. Wzmacniacz. Antenę.
Idę sobie torebkę położę na krzesełko, ale mam tryb samolotowy wyłączony, nic mi nie zadzwoni, nic nie będzie. No tak. Tak? Dobrze.
Tutaj jest jedna i tam są. Nie widać, bo światło ci świeci. Dobrze, ale tam.
No, kochanie, tak?
Tu jest pilot do prezentacji.
Dobrze.
Myśleliśmy o tym, żeby on był tam, gdzie się podpisał.
Hey Adam,
Za tą
how are you? All good? Yes.
Adam na zdjęcie.
Więc najlepiej, jak Jowita skończy,
One,
to
two, hello.
pilot tutaj
Adam is here. I'm
zostawimy.
very
Ja
happy
też to
that he's here.
przekażę
So,
Asi,
perfect.
tego już
Thank you.
Prowadzała do prezentacji. Czyli jeszcze później dwóch tych panów, Jakubiaka
Dobrze.
i Foksa, żeby zobaczyć.
Albo ja będę pamiętała po prostu, żeby
Ale
odbierać
dlatego-
ten pilot.
To
Dobrze.
dlatego też tobie o tym
Dobrze,
mówię.
dobrze. Już ja
Żeby
już
nie
tam...
było jak na Mastersie, gdzie jest pilot.
Gdzie jest pilot? Ja już jestem spokojna.
To dobrze. Ja niby też, ale zawsze jednak to nie jest spokój.
No wiem.
Niby nic nie mam do robienia, a tyle mam.
No.
Siedzieć tam i patrzeć.
Poszłabym może do toalety, zapytam się chłopaków, czy mogę. Do paska.
względów jakichś
Dzień dobry wszystkich. Witam Was serdecznie na kolejnej edycji konferencji Masters and Robots Youth. Nazywam się Iza Bartnicka i będę miała ogromną przyjemność towarzyszyć Wam dzisiaj w tej podróży przez najbliższe 3 godziny, podczas której będziemy się dowiadywali jak najwięcej o kompetencjach przyszłości, o rynku pracy przyszłości, o nowych technologiach i o tym, jak poradzić sobie w świecie, który się bardzo dynamicznie zmienia, szybciej niż my potrafimy za tym nadążyć.
The changes are so dynamic we
Witam
cannot
serdecznie
keep up
wszystkie
with them. I would
osoby,
like to
które są
welcome
online,
cordially everyone who joined us online,
studio,
as well as our
studio
audience
TVN,
here
które jest naszym dzisiejszym
at
gospodarzem.
the
Tak jak
TVN
już
studio.
powiedziałam,
Our beautiful
3 godziny
host today, as
potrwa
I
dzisiejsza konferencja
said,
dziesiąta,
our
więc o
conference will last
skończymy,
3
a w
minutes.
połowie
It's
mniej
10
więcej
o'clock,
czeka
so
nas
we will
15
end more or less
przerwa.
at
Dobry
1
czas,
o'clock,
żeby
and we are going to have
rozprostować nogi, napić
a
się
short
wody,
coffee break
odpocząć
just to
troszkę
stretch our legs, drink some water, have a rest from the screen, maybe take a fresh breath of air. This is yet another edition of Masters and Youth. It is organized by Digital University Foundation. Its mission is to connect young people with experts, professionals who want to share their expertise when it comes to the shape of the future. The foundation also supports both teachers and students so that they can fully tap into the evolving skills of the future. What matters, last year, more than 27,000 young people and educators were watching us. Hopefully, this year we will break a record. Thank you for your trust and joining us during the next edition of the conference. We'll do our utmost to make sure that this time for you is wonderful. It is full of inspiration, knowledge, and a lot of new experiences. We are live in 2 languages. In the left top corner of the screen, you will find an icon so you can switch between the Polish and English language. It's useful because 2 presentations will be in English, so if you want to use the interpretation, please just tap on the icon. And the registration is still open, so you can still register and join in. If you are watching it together with your class or in a group, remember that your own registration will give you access to all the recordings for the next 30 days, as well as a name title certificate of participation that you can use in future, something to take pride in. Those of you who are watching us online as classes or lecture rooms, please note that we are organizing a competition. Demonstrate to us how you celebrate watching Masters and Robots Youth together. It can be in a form of a photograph. The deadline for submissions is the 31st of October. You can send it at mastersandrobotsyouth.tech. You will find the email address on our chat. You can copy all the details. You will find all the data at the conference internet website. Use it because you can win a book by Dr. Frederick Ferd, one of the lecturers of today. He's an author of the book How Not to Be Afraid of the Future, and the copies signed by the author will go to the winners in our competition. Those who want to submit your broadcast, your photograph, your comment, showing how together you are watching our conference, Masters and Robots Youth. What is really important is the acknowledgement of our partners. Without you, it would not have been possible to organize it. It would not have been possible to reach such a group of young people. Our strategic partners are the Ministry of Digitization and BNP Paribas Bank Polska. The partners of the event are BLIK, Fundacja Cyberium, TVN. Educational partner is Politechnika Lubelska, which is the technical school of Lubelskie region. We have also the Minister of Education and the Minister of Science and Higher Education that took the honorary patronage. Thank you so much for supporting us so that knowledge, expertise, information about the new skills of the future can be promoted among a big group of young people. Today, what is ahead of us? 3 theme-related blocks. We are going to start with Future Skills Lab, so we will discuss the skills of the future, education in the era of AI and all the professions that are just emerging. It is impossible to imagine our future sometimes, given the perspective that perhaps in several years we will work in a profession that does not even exist today, so we cannot even possibly imagine it. We will hear about that. The next block is the realm of digital hygiene, a lot of information dedicated to mental health, disinformation, how to tap into technologies in a smart way, and the third one is AI Playground, dedicated only and exclusively to artificial intelligence. This is a pivotal technology that basically influences each each and every realm of our life. You will meet a lot of practitioners, but also young people who will show how technology can prop up your development when it comes to your professional development, but also your personal development. Hopefully it sounds intriguing. It's a good starting point to stay with us, stay tuned, and continue to watch. So let's start. Masters and Robots Youth Edition 2025. Before we move on to the first thematic block, I would like to invite the representative of our strategic partner, namely the Ministry of Digitization, Aleksandra Tomaszewska, Deputy Director of the Department of Research and Innovation. On behalf of the Ministry, she will open the conference and address all the participants. Ladies and gentlemen, it is such a great pleasure to welcome you at the conference Masters and Robots Youth 2025. This is a truly incredible event that proves that young people in Poland are not only passive users of technologies, but also people who want to fully understand technologies, co-create them, and thanks to them, maybe just transform the world. It is such a privilege for me, and it is great news. Given our highly dynamically changing world, we keep watching all the breakthroughs every single day. For instance, when it comes to AI, generative AI models, language models that generate both text, analyze text, but also they keep analyzing more and more both image and video. Ladies and gentlemen, it is also about cybersecurity and all the challenges related to cybersecurity. Unfortunately, today, it is a strenuous task. For instance, disinformation. Never before was it so easy to create all kinds of disinformation-based content. We have to be aware of both positive aspects of technology, but as well as the negative ones. Since you are here, this is the best proof that you are genuinely interested in the topic. So for you, this is really significant. We, as Poland, we have to create our own independent, sovereign, secure solutions adjusted to the Polish language and Polish culture. The best example of such solutions that help us to build skills in Poland are Polish language models. For instance, Plum model that is already available today, and you can already use it in the form of a chat, but we can also download models and adjust them to your own individual needs, which requires more advanced IT skills. Additionally, those language models, AI models, will enhance the application by the name of mObywatel. We have already 10 million citizens using it, and there are a lot of language models and functionalities that basically make our life easier, and we can run all kind of everyday errands thanks to it. But it also means all kind of infrastructure-based solution thanks to this. Poland can develop its own industry, for instance, gigafactories of AI, and thanks to this we will have access to enormous computing power. It is also activities to the benefit of the Polish science and industry. Let me also mention that the most groundbreaking projects are created in classrooms, all kind of circles of additional interest. We have to remain brave, basically. This is a wish for me and for all of you, for this conference, for future. Continue to be brave, continue to be curious, use it so that you can establish new contacts, explore new ideas, because innovation can be created and fostered only in the community of cooperation, curiosity. Do not be afraid of committing any mistakes. It's only natural. Just use it to learn on it. Create your own solutions, build Polish innovation. I wish you a wonderful conference, fruitful debates, excellent new contacts. Thank you so much on the behalf of the Ministry of Digitization. Thank you so much, Aleksandra. And right now, ahead of us, the very first presentation in the blog Future Skills Lab. I would like to invite Jowita Michalska, the founder of the Digital University Foundation and the Digital Ambassador of the European Union. She will bring us closer to the emerging, coming technological trends, how to find your feet in this world of ever-changing technologies. Last year we had 27,000 people watching us, so probably this is the biggest event that I am a part of, and I take part in a lot of big events. Thank you so much for joining us, being here on the premises or online, because what we need are active young people who are genuinely interested in the world around them. Because on one hand, I was wondering, would I like to be a teenager today? Yes, on one hand. On the other, not so much, because yes, I would like to be a teenager because the world is so interesting, so many things are bound to change. Hence, it means that it's an opportunity for us to do something interesting, become someone. You can basically make a name for yourself. From my perspective, it was always important. On the other hand, not so much, because we are surrounded by chaos, turbulences, changes that will await you during your lifetime. It is on an unprecedented scale. This is a true challenge. Today, let's focus on one thing. I will talk about AI. Obviously, it's a buzzword because sometimes I'm afraid of opening my bathroom because AI will be there. But it is pivotal. We have GPT, chat, Gen AI. It is happening. We are witnessing it. But let's not forget that all technologies are equally important because it is all correlated. I have my own gurus, I must say. What I always like to offer is that if you want to listen to someone, watch someone, and use somebody's knowledge, first you have to verify if they are experienced. Professor Jeffrey Hilton, I would like to recommend it to you. First and foremost, he's a Nobel Prize winner last year on physics. He's one of the most important people when it comes to AI worldwide. And generally, he created the foundations when it comes to today's Gen AI. So the fact that AI can talk to us just on our smartphone, it is all thanks to Professor Jeffrey Hinton, and he likes to say one thing, namely that I like to talk about what's going on over the next 5 years only. We hear a lot of fairy tales that this will happen in 20 years or 40 years, but the technology keeps developing so fast, and it keeps encroaching upon our everyday reality so much that we are only able to understand at a reasonable level what will happen only in the period of the next 5 years, because later on, I don't know, maybe we use our thoughts to communicate with technology, maybe it will just penetrate our bodies, but the 5 years to come are relatively safe and secure. But still, we have to keep analyzing, pondering. I like this word. We have to create our future. And this will be up to you, because we can also create our own future. Why about technology generally? Because this is not only just one technology. Remember, in the pandemics, everybody talked about metaverse, we will all live in it. No, this is not the case, but it does not mean that VR, AR, 3D print, this is not all developing. It is happening, but in the background. Today we talk about AI. It doesn't mean that this is the only technology. We have robotics, robotization. AI is thriving because it keeps uploading all the data thanks to the network, thanks to all the sensors, and so on and so forth. And the second incredibly important leg that you should become interested in, even if you are not going to deal with biology or medicine. This is the synthetic biology, because in 3 or 4 years we'll talk about it so much. Today we talk about AI, it's a buzzword. We are in for a boom, so maybe you should become interested in it early enough. I'm not sure if you are aware of it, but we are living in the era of synthesine, so in the world of well-being. We are dealing with some kind of an overproduction, more choices than opportunities. But today we are moving into the era of synthesis. Technology is coming closer and closer to us. It is starting to interact directly between what is natural, what is technological, and we will have more and more creations of this kind. We will invite technology into our world for health reasons or because we just want to be smarter, cooler. These are the choices that you will have to face anytime soon. And surely, very briefly, we will have no option but to define what it really means to be a human being. One of the important topics to deal with is BCI, brain-computer interface. So an interface between your brain and the computer. Today we have more and more experiments. Also thanks to Elon Musk, that is a technology PR. I'm sure you heard about it. We have several dozen organizations worldwide, but first and foremost, the governments of all kinds of countries, first and foremost America and China, and they are more than willing to explore this technology. Basically, we have a connection interface between the brain, human brain, and the computer. So on one hand, our thought can basically steer the computer, issue a command. We don't have to communicate verbally. And it has some beautiful sides. This is a gentleman. He is 45 years of age, and unfortunately he suffers from ALS, and it means that his speech is also disappearing. For some time now, he's unable to communicate with his nearest and dearest, and you can see video footage. And basically, when it comes to his left hemisphere, you have electrodes equipped. His brain is equipped with electrodes, and his brain can communicate directly with the computer. And in 96% of the cases, the computer is able to understand, reconstruct in the form of the text on the screen what is that he's really thinking, what is he willing to say. Such a touching moment, a lot of opportunities to tap into if you are ill. This is the asset of BCI. If you have imagination, you can unleash it, but you can think about all kind of abuses. This is the moment when all of a sudden he was able to tell to his daughter that he loves her. Exoskeletons. Imagine you are skiing in the winter in Italy and you can see people using it. This is a technology that is also developing dynamically. A lot of possible applications, not that obvious ones as well. So we need to analyze all kind of ever-changing opportunities. Imagine on Sunday you are eating dinner or you are at a party and just you should analyze what is that this technology can bring to us short-term, long-term, in an obvious or not so obvious way. Exoskeletons, they can help people who suffer from all kind of injuries and right now they would like to come back to their ordinary life. There is a difference if you are confined to a wheelchair. Thanks to this solution you can just operate on a regular basis normally. Also, if you underwent some operations. After all, it can basically deburden your body if all year long you are confined to your desk, you are sitting behind your computer and later on you just want to go skiing in an extreme way. You are asking for an injury, but there will be less of them. But also another possible application, so exoskeleton, this application, it is like several $100s or so, and this can use us in an effortless way to weight a product that is 200 kilograms or something else equally heavy. Imagine third world countries where women are unable to perform certain physical work, but thanks to this application that will be publicly available anytime soon, it will cost only $50. So very briefly, they will be able to perform some physical work, for instance, work in a shop, which means new professions emerging for people, especially women, in the third world countries. And probably at the end of the lecture, you tell me about some other possible application. Thanks to this, slowly, but gradually, not only AI keeps evolving and it will be smarter than us. I will talk about it later on at the end. What is happening, what is going on, and it's very interesting is that we will be able to introduce all kind of enhancements. We like to remain competitive. We like to compete with one another. Imagine if a company in a team, we have 5 people and they will decide to have the digital augmented memory, so they will enhance their AI. After all, a lot of people use a lot of cosmetics that are injected inside their face just to look better. If somebody asked me 30 years ago, I would say, no, it's not possible. So senses enhancement or augmentation is already happening. We have cyborgs experimenting with it. A lot of books dedicated to the topic. If you are interested, you should read more about it. People who want to experiment with inviting technology to their world to experience something brand new. Today we have a person living on this earth, somebody who can sense all kinds of seismic movements, or somebody who can hear colors. Of course, improving your stamina this year for the first time in the Silicon Valley, because this is where it all starts when it comes to all kinds of strange stories. We'll have all kinds of Olympics where everything is allowed. During the regular Olympics, we have to check if there is no doping involved, some kind of enhancements that give you an unfair advantage. But this time, for the very first time, we will have the Olympics, and you can do anything just to win. Maybe in a decade, this will become genuine and the regular one become obsolete. We'll see. This moves me to the next biological topic, namely synthetic technology. We'll talk about it in 5 years' time. Just like today, we are talking about AI. This trend seems to be growing. When it comes to all the technologies, me and all the experts, we would like to talk about 2 technologies that are pivotal. AI is one of them. If we are to talk about technology convergence, the combo that can make the change happen, usually we talk about AI, and this is really groundbreaking. And the second one is the synthetic biology, biotechnology, and this is also a game changer. This is the entire group of all kinds of wonderful medical solutions. For instance, cell therapies. Do you know what therapy looks like today when it comes to anti-cancer, anti-tumor technologies? It harms both the tumor and our body, our entire body. So this is choosing the lesser evil. And what's going on when it comes to biotechnology? These are beautiful solutions. For instance, our own white cells are genetically modified so that they are additionally enhanced. It's like an additional skin when you play a game to lymphocytes so that they can find tumorous cells on their own. Zero additional stress for your own body. At the same time, using our own resources that are slightly enhanced, we are able to basically fight the tumor. This is already clinically applied. I would like to talk about what is already today available and what is a fairy tale. Sometimes we tend to mix it all. Sometimes something looks like a super cool thing, but this is not the case. It's not happening. And sometimes you will hear about things that are already available. And the NOx technology, cell therapies, CAR-T, right now it is in clinical trials. It is super expensive. It's not available, but this will happen very fast. It's all about standardization and cost reduction so that everybody can afford it. Organ bioprint. We have a lot of car accidents, motorcycle accidents. We have better roads, better vehicles, better warning systems, semi-autonomous cars. So as a result, we have fewer and fewer organs to be transplanted. So how to bridge the gap? This is where 3D print can come in handy. Using bio ink, we can basically print our tissue, our bones. For instance, in Poland, we can take a dog to the vet. Imagine your dog has a broken leg, and basically you can print a piece of print in 3D. This is already happening, and today one of the most interesting inventions is special 3D printed skin with our hair. I know that in Europe we no longer perform animal tests, but it still happens worldwide. It's good that you love animals and you want to protect their rights. I'm happy about this invention because it means that a lot of experiments when it comes to dermatology related to the entire cosmetics market, it will be tested using this artificial skin. It can be also used when it comes to skin grafts, if you have been scalded, and as a result, medicine keeps changing so fast. Nanomedicine. What are nanobots? Micro robots that can be smaller by 600 times than a single hair. And what will they be used for? Nanoparticles. For several reasons. We can apply it to our human body, we can basically swallow it or inject it, and this can find a place that is ill, and it can apply some kind of drug or medicine directly. What is interesting is that we don't have to poison our body. No, basically we have a cancer or some inflammatory condition, we can counteract it. Long term, this will be useful when it comes to diagnostics. So basically, we will inject nanorobots into our blood system, into our body in a very precise way. They will be able to determine, oh, this is where something is happening, although it's not visible. So at a very early stage, we will be able to undergo treatment. Humanoid robots, this is a genuine boom. Do you know what year the very first robot was created? It was in 1923. It was created, it was able to say something, although it was pre-recorded, but I would expect that it was created in such a way, so in 2025 we should have house swarming with robots, but this is not happening. Why not? Because robots were unable to find their feet in our human chaos. It was difficult for them to handle everything. So very often a robot standing on the stage would just fall down easily. Today, since we have Gen AI booming, we are able to apply it to the robot. Inject it into its head or somewhere else, it doesn't really matter, and as a result, it became a thinking robot. As a result, you can see a gigantic, enormous boom. First and foremost, it is happening in China. A lot is going on in the USA as well. But we have also a special Poland-based startup, Clone, that also taps into synthetic biology and robotics. And as a result, what they create are robots that can reconstruct or recreate bodies and muscles of a human body. So they follow into the example of a human being. A lot of interesting experiments. What does it mean for the labor market? If your dream was to become a worker in a warehouse, unfortunately, this profession will become obsolete. Why? Because robots are cheaper, they don't need to go on a vacation, and you just pay some kind of maintenance to it and not daily wages. And of course, robots do not establish any trade unions, so it's so much more interesting. So in our warehouses, there will be more and more robots. In China, what is interesting, we have production plants that fully 100% are also managed by technology. And this will be just mushrooming. Right now, we are at a very early stage of the trend, but it will evolve very quickly. In the next 5 years, we have millions of robots. Right now, we have 4 up to 5 millions. That's 3 times more than 10 years ago. But technology keeps developing exponentially. So in theory, basically 10 steps perceived in a linear way, I would go to the end of the wall, but exponentially I can go to the moon. That's the pace of technology today. So robots will be just ubiquitous anytime soon. Right now, predominantly it's an Asian trend, but also USA. Robotics, robotization in Europe, especially in Germany, it is playing an increasingly important role. Anytime soon, a robot will cost $300 and will take a decision. Do I want to have a car? A car that is basically of average size and average age, or will I just use the tube underground scooter and I will buy a robot? Robot will do all the daily chores. We have a special company, Moleye Robotics, and the robots can basically create a lot of meals easily. I have to speed up. AI, I'm sure you use GPT chat 1, 2, 3 tools. I have to say that there is still a lot of room for improvement because tools that use AI, right now we have 40,000 of them available. Some of them do the same, but they also do different things. 100,000 tasks can be easily automated. Elon Musk, a very interesting individual, he claims that by 2030, so in 4 years, AI will be not even smarter than all of us, not each and every one of us, but all of us taken together. Will it turn into reality? It remains to be seen, but today AI is better than human intelligence in some respects. It's not that one day will come, because it all happens step by step. As you can see, as you can recognize, 80% of content created today that we watch, I mean, it's basically as if a snake was eating its own tail, because the internet is powered by AI. AI uploads everything, so it's like a vicious circle, and right now AI generates all kinds of content. Luna, it's a little robot that can learn from us, so it does not learn based on the data from the internet, but it's like an animal or just like us. We can talk to it, it has its own memory, it will become attached to us. We will see more and more technologies like this. Please note that when it comes to AI models, they are more and more autonomously thinking, and they contribute more and more to its own development, so it's going to be even faster. And last but not least, if you leave your doctor's surgery, usually you receive a prescription. So what can be a prescription or a recipe for it all? What we have to do is first and foremost to follow, analyze all signals and trends. You are in a privileged group because you are already here, so you can follow it all. You have to be ready for the change, to embrace it and develop yourselves. And the most important slide in my presentation, people who think outside the box can see so much more. So you have to also think outside the box, go outside your bubble. Don't listen to everyone, especially if they just keep repeating the same, because the world seems to be thinking in a shallow way. Not everybody wants to think in a deeper, more enhanced way. If you want to be influential, you have to think outside the box and understand more and see more. You have to ask yourselves one question: are we ready for such a deep transition or transformation of the reality around us that is happening? What kind of choices do we have to make? So technologies do not annihilate the foundations of our humanity. So all the good positive things can happen, medical things can happen, so that we do have work and not only technology works for us. Maybe today we should limit the development of the technology so that our values, our privacy, our dignity is all protected. We have to ask those questions, we have to look for the answers. I would like like to recommend several books. A must-read is Mr. Suchowski, and it shows three technological companies, how they enter our life using our data. My book that is dedicated to you, School in the Times of AI. What skills, what professions, how to prepare for it. I love women in technology. Professor Fei Li, apart from the professor I mentioned at the beginning, she is the creator of the foundations of the AI today, a Chinese immigrant, no preparation, no money today, among top 5 or top 10 people when it comes to AI. You just have to read her biography. This is it on my part. Thank you so much. I would like to thank everybody who's online and offline. Jowita, thank you so much. And right now, we'd like to invite the next speaker onto the stage, the very first foreign speaker, Dr. Frederick Ferd, the first Chief Innovation Evangelist Google, the founder of Google Innovation Lab. Frederick is very often dubbed in the media the Pope of creativity. He is considered one of the best creativity coaches worldwide. And you can win his book in our competition when it comes to the best interesting broadcast or relation when it comes to watching you. And Artur Jatajczak, the student of Copenhagen Business School, will join him during the presentation.
Hello, friends.
Witam serdecznie.
Hello.
Dzień dobry, dzień dobry.
Hey, Adam.
It's nice to see you.
Miło Cię
Good to see you,
widzieć,
yes.
Ciebie
Our audience
też.
today is mostly high school and university students.
Mamy
Why don't
tutaj
you tell them a
uczniów
bit
szkół.
of what was 20-year-old Frederick up to?
Oh, 21-year-old Frederick was probably sitting in the last row, quite shy. I would say no confidence, only a little courage and a lot of curiosity. I think that was how I would describe my youth.
Interesting. And from Google to Stanford, you worked with some of the most brilliant minds in the Silicon Valley. And what do you think they have in common?
Yes, so I spent the last 12 and a half years working with some incredibly talented people and passionate people, I have to say. And I always wondered, like, you know, what is something that stands out? What is something they do differently? And what I learned is that they actually don't have answers, but they always have a better question they ask.
Okay.
So they actually use their curiosity to explore the world, to ask good questions, to discover. And what I also found is they have a specific mind state, a mind state that is defined by optimism and openness and that curiosity that I just shared about. So I think that's what I saw in those people. But the good news is that everybody has that, right? Everybody is from time to time optimistic, open, curious. And so the people I've worked with, they are no different than you are, because you just showed up today, you showed openness. Some of the people who tuned in today on video, you know, they are curious as well, right? They want to know what the future looks like, what the future holds, and how they can create a better future. So thanks for doing that.
Okay, so these are exactly the qualities that you would say young people need today to be prepared for the market of the future. We've got a lot of uncertainty in the job market. We got stuff like climate change. We got rapid shifts in the tech world. Do you think older generations sometimes underestimate of the challenges that young people are dealing with today?
Absolutely, yeah. I think some of the older generations, and I probably count in that category as well now, they tell you, don't worry, right? Don't believe them. You should worry, right? Worry is something that is actually good because it shows that you care. You care about your future, you care what's happening in the world, you care about climate change, you care about these big shifts that are happening. And so when worry comes up, right, or anxiety, we can't control that, right? We can't control when worry or anxiety comes up. That's a natural kind of like reaction to our environment. But what we can do is we can figure out how we can tame it, how we can shift it into excitement or something more positive, right? And so what I like to do when anxiety or worry comes up for me, right, I just like to take 2 or 3 deep breaths. I close my eyes, and we can practice that actually right now. If you want to close your eyes just for a moment, and just take a deep breath in, and breathe out, and breathe in, and breathe out. And now try to put a smile on your face when you next time breathe in. Just a forced smile. Because your body can actually, and your mind cannot tell the difference between a forced smile and a natural smile, right? But it just shifts your mood, and it helps to release some of that anxiety and worry that comes up.
Thank you for sharing that. In your interviews, you often mention your kids. What do you tell them about their future? You know, I often think that my job title of the future might not exist at all yet. What do you tell them?
Yes, I don't tell them a lot. I listen more, I have to say. So I listen very carefully what questions my kids have, right? What worries, but also what makes them excited or what makes them happy, right? Because I think we adults can learn a lot from kids, especially around their curiosity and the questions they ask. When it comes to, jobs, we all know that the jobs that you're going to take in the future, they don't exist yet. And that's good news. Because imagine a world where you exactly knew what you're going to do in 20 years. That's horrible, right? Because there's no excitement, there's no discovery. And so the best way to approach that is see that as good news, that the jobs that you will do don't exist yet, right? But you can invent them, you can create them. Okay. You can give yourself a job title like I did, and create the role that you want to do, right? And so I think that's the good news, that you should approach the future and the job market as something that is an opportunity where you can craft and invent the things you want to do.
Okay.
And the impact you want to have.
Interesting. And that's what your book talks about a lot, about shifting your mindset from what the future will be into what future do I want to create. Can you develop that thought a bit?
Yes, absolutely. So the question that is on most people's minds is, what will the future bring, right? We all want to know, but the truth is nobody can know, right? Nobody knows what the future will hold. So I think a better question to ask is, what future do I want to create, right? Do I want to create a future that is peaceful, that is exciting, that is happy, right? And attach an emotion to that, right? Okay. Because for me, the future is a feeling. It's an emotion that we want to feel in the future, right? Some of us, we want to feel more safe. Some of us, we want to feel more at ease. Some of us, we want to feel more connected, more loved, and all of those things. So that's a future that you can actually create, right? By asking not the question, what will the future bring? Because that's a passive question where you just sit there and wait. Change that question towards, what future do I want to create? Because that's an active one where you now start to imagine and envision a future that you want to see happening.
Okay. And how important are your relationships in that process? Their quality, their quantity?
Yes, relationships matter. They matter more than ever. So a good friend of mine, Robert Waldinger, wrote the book called The Good Life. And recently I spoke to him, and he shared with me that in order to create a more happy, a more healthy, and a longer life, actually, things that we all want to do, I hope, you should invest in your relationships, the friends that you have. And quantity and quality matters, right? So have a lot of friends and have a lot of good friends, right? Friends that you can rely on, friends that you can connect with, friends that you can text at night and, share your worry with them or share an idea that you have with them, right? And I think that's something that we all need to pay attention more to, is creating those friendships and those relationships, because that really matters. And the best future is created together, right? With your friend or with a colleague or with a family member.
I couldn't agree more. Do you have any daily habits that help you maintain this specific mindset?
Sure. And first, I want to actually recognize. Thanks for being my new friend. Right, we just met a day ago, and I think we had a lot of exciting conversations and discussions yesterday on a rooftop library of the
University of Warsaw.
University of Warsaw here, and just spending time with you was very inspirational. So thanks for doing that.
Thank you.
And So that's, I think, what everybody can do in terms of just invest in your relationships, right? Because they really matter. And I always looked at my friends and was admiring them, right? What they did in their lives and how they did it and so forth. And you can learn a lot from your friends, right?
Okay.
You can learn how they do things and how they show up and what they have in terms of courage and confidence, because that's something you can build over time and develop as well, right? And you can develop courage by just simply saying yes to opportunities that arise in front of you. And that's one of the habits that I have. Just say yes to everything, which is not easy. So be careful, because you might end up on a chair like this, with you in Poland, because I just said yes when I got invited here, right? So things we practice in our family, for example, are yes days. So we spend a whole day just saying yes to everything. We as parents and the kids too. I have 3 kids. So imagine that, kids have a lot of ideas they want to do and lots of dreams and wishes. And you literally just say yes to everything, right? And so it's the other way around as well. Like the kids have to say yes then as well if I have a wish or an idea or something I want to do with them. And it's really a great habit, because that just shows you the opportunities that you have in front of you. Yeah. And when you grab those opportunities and say yes to something, right, I think you go on an adventure. Yeah. People who say yes, they're rewarded by the adventure they go on, right? People who say no, they are rewarded by the safety they gain, right? I think both is fair game, but I think the tendency to say yes needs to be more developed. And so you ask about daily habits. That's for me, it's just actually breaking daily habits, right? Breaking your routine from time to time. Okay. Don't do the same things over and over again because they might feel comfortable, right? Put yourself out there and try something new, right? And
get off the autopilot.
Exactly, get off autopilot, right? So change your morning routine, right? If you always drink the same tea or coffee or juice in the morning, right, switch that up. I usually go immediately after waking up into a cold water exposure. So I put myself 3 minutes in 3 degrees cold water, which just literally helps my mind to focus on my body to get warm again, right? Which is a great trick that you can do in the morning. Then I meditate for a little bit. I spend time with my kids. And then I tell my kids when they wake up, it's a new day, it's a beautiful day, it's your day. And these 3 things, kids look at me and it's like, oh, Dad, come on. It's early morning, right? How can you say that? But I keep repeating those 3 things, right? It's a new day, it's a great day, it's your day. Because it's a reminder that it's the truth, right? It's a new day, so it's a blank canvas. You can, shape and create as whatever you wish. It's a great day as well, right? If you start with that intention that it's going to be a great day today, right? The chances are actually increasing that the day will turn out to be a better one. And then it's your day, right? So you own your day, right? You can make choices that help you to continue to invest in your relationships or do things that create joy for you or happiness. And I think that's a very good reminder that we should have those daily habits. And one I want to share is at the end of the day, when I'm traveling, I write my daughter, she's 10, she's just turned 10 on Sunday. I write to her 3 things that I'm grateful for throughout the day. And she does the same. So she writes me every single evening 3 things that she enjoyed throughout the day. And these are little things like, oh, I met with my friend. I got to go to dance class or, whatever it is, right? But it's a good reminder that we can close our day on a very high note, putting our minds towards what was good in our day. And there's many things, because the research shows after 30 days, you doing that, you immediately recognize the good things that are happening in your life. And I think that's a great practice that we all can do probably more of.
Sure. This is great advice. Thank you. So let's talk about school and career a bit. I study business and IT at Copenhagen Business School. And I often think to myself, should I specialize into something or should I stay broad and keep on exploring? What's your thought on that? What skills do you think young people should invest in?
Yes, I think skills will change, right? And they will fade. I think mind states will stay. And I think optimism and openness and curiosity and empathy, right, I think are things that we should practice more in our lives, right? So I would ask you, like, where do you feel better? Do you feel better like specializing or going broad?
Ideally, I would like to do both, but I know it's tough. For now, I keep on exploring. I keep on staying general.
Yeah,
I guess.
Keep staying broad, right? And broad in many senses, right? Broad in like different countries, different regions, but broad also with different people, right? And different subjects, right? Because again, there's no clear one path into the future. I've never seen a person who planned out their future and it's exactly happening like they planned it out, right? So spend less time planning and more time preparing. And also practicing the future that you want to live in, right? If you want to explore the world, like pack your bags and go, right? And I think you're going to be surprised, like how many opportunities there are in the world to connect with people, to learn from people, to have fun and have a happy life.
Okay, last question. We're running out of time here. What's your one piece of advice to young people in Poland today?
I actually have 3 pieces. And I have a gift for you that I want to share with you. I created something that is an 8-day challenge that I want to give to you as a present. It's called How to Create Your Dream Future. So it's really about discovering how to stop fearing the future and start creating it with little sparks like optimism, curiosity, and creativity. Those things that I talked about. And I think we all are curious, right? But we can practice to even be more curious and use our creativity in our lives even more. So please feel free to join here and scan that QR code. It's totally for free. It's an 8-day challenge. I'm sure you're going to like it because after those 8 days, you might sense that this is the future that you want to create, right? And you learn how to be more optimistic, more curious, and more creative as well. But I have a second one. So that's my first gift to you. I have a second thing that I want to share with you. So for the next 30 days, I invite you to join me on Instagram. Because for the next 30 days, I will share little sparks that help you to change your future for the better. And you keep me honest after those 30 days, because I want you to unfollow me after 30 days if you don't feel better about your future. And so that's a 30-day challenge that I want to also give to you. That's an invite to really figure out, like, how can we discover our future in ways that is exciting, that is optimistic, but also very creative. So that's the 2 things I have for you. The last thing I have for you is I want you to actually pull out your phone. And people on the screen can do that too. Thanks for joining, by the way. And I want you to go on one app that actually literally shows you your future. I want you to pull out your phone. I want you to hold your phone with your right arm in front of you. And I want you to open the photo app. And I want you to turn around the camera. This is your future. And I want you to put that smile on again that you put on earlier. And whenever you're ready, just take that selfie and be reminded that this is your future. This is how it looks like. And it's quite a beautiful future from the inside, from the outside. And even a better future is if you have somebody join you. So do that selfie together. And in schools and everywhere you're joining, you can do that. So just press that. Fantastic. Thank you so much, and see you in your future.
Thank you so much, Frederick.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Dobrze, to teraz kolejny
All good, all good. So
naszego
now the
spotkania,
next
trochę
point
o
on our
przyszłości
agenda,
pracy.
a little about
Wraz z Lidią
the
Kwiecień,
future
Chief
of
Human Resources
labor.
Officer w
Together with Livia
Nederlanden, porozmawiamy
Kwiecień,
o
Chief
tym,
Human
jakich
Resources Officer
kompetencji szukają
Board
dziś
in
pracodawcy,
Nationale
co będzie
Nederlanden,
przyszłości.
we talk about the skills of the future that employers look for, what makes the candidates of the future stand out.
Witam Cię, Livio.
Good morning, good morning. Hello, hello, Livia. I'm so happy that you accepted our invitation. Let me start with the following. When it comes to Nationale Nederlanden, you are responsible for the entire area that is HR related, and you are also in charge of the strategy, namely what kind of job applicants you are going to employ, what skills matter, what will be critical, especially in the foreseeable future. So let's focus on the perspective of the next 5 years. What do you feel? What will be critical from the perspective of an employer when it comes to searching for brand new talents? Also when it comes to developing those who are already here with you on board. Yes, indeed, this is something that changed radically recently on one hand. On the other hand, it seems to me that, dear youth, there are things that have always been important, but they will especially gain significance nowadays. The first thing that comes to my mind is the ability to learn quickly, absorb your knowledge quickly. Listen up, our future AI-based revolution, technological revolution, this is something that is occurring nowadays at a dizzying pace, and it goes without saying that all kinds of curriculums, universities are unable to keep pace with it also. A sense of curiosity, being willing to experiment, trying out something new, wondering where I can acquire all new skills, not focusing on what is happening right here, right now, what is that I know right now, but wondering what is that I can learn additionally. Very often we like to use the term early adopters. This will be imperative because this will be a universal skill or competence. I am talking to you, the young audience. This will be extremely useful to you. I will talk about AI literacy, data literacy, tech literacy very quickly, because I know that this is something that you are familiar with and you are all aware that this will be necessary. There will be no future without it, irrespective of whether you study geography, chemistry, physics, management. These are the skills related to AI technology. They will be needed by us all. But let me also underline one thing very powerfully, slightly referring to the previous speaker. Listen up, the speed, the number of stimuli. As a result, we will have no choice but to become increasingly resilient when it comes to the future. So our mental resilience will become critical. It's about self-awareness, being aware of yourself, how to conduct a healthy, hygienic lifestyle, both when it comes to your nutrition, the quality of sleep, as well as some kind of technological detox for a moment, so that you really can take good care of yourself in this increasingly dehumanized world, seemingly. Let's bear this in mind. I would like to encourage all of you to do so. But obviously this goes hand in hand with the necessity to adapt yourself to all kinds of changes. It calls for some kind of flexibility when it comes to your thinking, as we just heard before. It's impossible to plan our future for the next 20 years to come. It's about catching the day, seizing the day, and making the most of it. So obviously it's about knowledge, experience, what you learn at school. It is imperative. But right now you are living in a very interesting moment. Again, it seems to be unprecedented. Something that is so new, brand new, but it means that you have a lot of opportunities. But in life, basically very often you get what you dare. So again, bravery or courage will be very important. And this resonates with what we heard from Frederick just a moment ago, that we are also responsible for our future. We have to create create it ourselves instead of just waiting for
perspektywy
things to
sztucznej inteligencji,
crop
która nas
up.
otacza.
The next
I
question
teraz
will be
znowu,
related to
twojego
AI
punktu
that seems to be
widzenia,
everywhere. From
co
your
jest ważniejsze dla
perspective,
teraz tych młodych osób,
what
o
is
których dzisiaj
important,
mówimy?
more important,
Czy
again, we're
postawić
addressing
na
the
takie
young audience
techniczne,
today.
twarde
What is more
kompetencje,
important, to focus on
posługiwanie
those
się
hard
narzędziami
technical
opartymi o
skills like using all kind of
generatywną chociażby, czy jednak te
AI-based
miękkie,
gen
komunikacyjne, ludzkie, na
tools,
co bardziej pracodawcy
or maybe it's all
mogą zwracać
about soft human skills? What is that employers will attach importance to? My answer would be as follows. It has to go hand in hand because
komunikowania się,
it is self-evident that being able to communicate, cooperate, networking, building contacts around you, this will be the things that will come in handy for you in future.
Ten
But
warunek niezbędny, ale on nie jest wystarczający.
this is a prerequisite, obviously, but it is not enough. It is not sufficient because if I am not able to keep up with all the developments when it comes to high technologies, I am unable to follow it all, monitor it all. I will not use some kind of additional courses because what matters is to start right here, right now. There are so many offers available on the marketplace today that you can harness. Free of charge offers like Google has its own campuses. If you take a look at courses, I'm talking about Harvard, Stanford University, a lot of offers to use already today. But this is again just the foundation. I'm not sure if this is the right analogy. Is it enough to, be computer literate or to navigate through the entire organization? Again, both. For me, what really matters is for us to use the available technology in a good but also ethical way. And here I would like to appeal to you. This will be incredibly important. Soft skills, humanism, being a human being, a sense of empathy, this will be important. So both legs, and in our world of computers and AI, please bear in mind that we have to go out to the world, to people. Remember about the so-called digital detox. This will be pivotal, especially long term. Yes, I'd also like to think that in this world that is increasingly managed and governed by algorithms, this moment of detox is really crucial. If you don't want to lose yourself, you have to remember about what is that you really need. It doesn't matter what technology wants to guide you or tip you. I'm happy that you mentioned courses, educational courses that is possible to learn today, already right here, right now. During our next part, AI Playground, we would like to invite young people to take part in those free of charge courses. Last but not least, what would you tell to this young job applicant? What is that you can do to stand out on the labor market? Again, a sense of curiosity. So already today, when you are still a student, you have not graduated, you have not fully completed your formal education. So again, it is crucial to look for some additional educational courses, opportunities. But if you hear about any kind of brand new competition, interesting project that you can take part in, take advantage of it. If you don't win, even if your project is not the best one, it is pivotal to leave your comfort zone, go outside your comfort zone. You decided to take up a challenge. And this is something that we employers appreciate. If we analyze your career, maybe especially during the last period of your studies, a person showed some initiative to apply the knowledge in practical terms, to compete with others so that you can check yourself. So again, going outside your comfort zone, I would like to encourage you to do so. Thank you so much for this conversation, Livia. Thank you so much.
I słuchajcie, przed nami kolejny gość, który również przyleciał do nas ze Stanów Zjednoczonych. Nie pierwszy raz wystąpił przed publicznością Masters and Robots Youth. Suprit Sinmanchanda, inwestor, mentor i ekspert innowacji. Opowie przede wszystkim o tym, jak
nie możemy mieć dwóch włączonych
jak haker. Mądrze, szybciej
teraz
i
jest po angielsku jeszcze Ania.
Okej, już jest polski.
How is everybody?
Good.
Can you hear me okay? Dzień dobry. Ah, very nice. Awesome. So, how many of you use ChatGPT? Everybody, right? Yeah. So it's very interesting. So I was talking to my nephew. He's in high school, about 2 years from graduating. He's thinking about college, and we were talking, and he's like, I'm so bored. I said, why? He said, the teachers are teaching the same thing, but I already learned it because I went to ChatGPT and I asked, show me how to do this and show me how to do that. In chemistry, show me how this, and then the video came and I learned all this stuff, and now I don't know what to do. So I asked him, so how do you use AI? How do you guys use AI? Homework? Homework, yeah, right? But sometimes there's a different way to think about AI. Imagine this. AI to you and all the people all the wonderful students, imagine this. Whether you're in high school or in college, you're in the beginning of life, right? What if you could make your AI your super tutor, your best friend who knows something and can give it to you in digestible format? What does that mean? So instead of having AI like everybody else, the AI, tell me answer for homework question, forget about that one. How are you going to make yourself stand out? I stand out because I wear a turban. So everywhere I go, I get good. Hey, he's an Indian guy, Bollywood, right? I get bad. Oh, he's Taliban, right? It's okay. I stand out. So I'm doing something different. But in Silicon Valley, what people are doing, what we are doing is using AI in a different format. How do you think of college? How do you think of high school? You have teachers that are human, but you can also have a teacher that is AI. There's your super tutor, because if you don't understand something, one big advantage of the AI over the human teacher is unlimited access. I don't understand mathematics. Explain to me quadratic equation. You watch the video one time, okay. You don't understand it, you watch the video 2 times. You can watch the video 20 times. You can watch the video as many times as you want until you understand it. So what I'm trying to do is help you to think about, you become the center of everything in the ecosystem. Not the teacher, not the school, you. Your human teacher is really great for asking non-theoretical questions, life questions. Your AI teacher is very good for asking how-to questions. The human can answer why. The AI can answer how to. Now all of a sudden you have a tool. Why? How to. How to is very important, because tomorrow you're going to look at this and say, how do I solve this problem? How do I, first of all, make myself look unique? I can wear a turban, but maybe not, right? Sure you can. I give turbans to everybody. 35,000 turbans, no problem, right? But more importantly is, how do I make myself stand out? You want to learn, somebody wants to do psychology, somebody wants to do chemistry, somebody wants to be engineer, somebody wants to be an accountant. Somebody doesn't know what they want. So the first question is, I don't know what I want. What are common careers that are going to emerge 5 years from now? Good question to ask AI. In AI, there's AI prompting, AI engineering, but also I want to become an expert on earthquakes. What do I learn? How do I learn? Who are the best people to ask? How can I ask them? Look at all these. I'm not giving you answers. I'm giving you questions, right? So what happens is parts of high school, but more importantly, parts of college become your lab. And think of it in a different way. It is subsidized lab access to experts, to peers, to fellow students, to create groups together to solve complex problems. And I would tell you, the first thing you do, whether it makes money or doesn't make money, make an app. You can use vibe coding. You know what vibe coding is? Where you ask the AI to make an app for you, and you tell the AI, I want you to make an app on fashion. I want to make this fashion for students who are going to become professionals. This is their first outfit. So in this first outfit, I want to stand out, but I don't want to look old. I want to show that I am young with energy, but I don't want to look like a balloon. And it will give you, and it will make you an app. And then you go to your peers and you say, what do you think of this app? Will you buy it? Will you use it? And maybe if they use it, they give you feedback. I didn't like that one because the shoes are not good. Or this one, I didn't like that one because the skirt is too big. Or you tell it, make an app for different bodies. Tall bodies, short bodies, fat bodies, long bodies, right? You're growing. And as you grow, what happens is, even if no one buys the app, even if you fail, guess what happens? You learn. So AI becomes your friend and your partner in teaching you how to learn. Hack number 1. Hack number 2, use the lab, the university, the college, the high school as a lab. Start asking questions. Start using the AI teacher to give you a framework and say, okay, build me a product like this. Show me what's the best way to approach my teacher to ask this question. What they start doing is they become your helper, number 1 helper. They become your tutor. Remember, we talked about that? They become your tutor. That's really important. But then now what happens? You made the first step. It gives you confidence. And I'll tell you what my father, who was a teacher, told me, who had no idea of computers, no idea of cell phones, basic telephone, but he taught me a wonderful thing. You are either succeeding or you are learning. Failure is no longer something that you have to be afraid of. Failure actually is your best teacher, because you fail, you fix, you fail, you fix, you fail, you fix, and guess what? I'm a venture capitalist. I give money to people who are trained to fail. They make an app. They make a product. They make a company. I will tell you, for the most times, most founders are switching at least 3 to 4 times what they're making in that 3 to 5 year period. What I'm looking for is someone who has grit. You understand the word grit? What is grit? Tenacity. In Greek they have a word, thrasos, guts. When it's tough, you march through. You only build things when you're hungry. People who are not hungry don't build things because there's no thrasos, there's no guts in there. You have to put that, and then you have to create a vision. What if you say, I have no vision? Okay, let me tell you the most important thing of I have no vision. You go ask everybody, what's a problem you're facing? And you solve that one. And guess what happens? You start to learn. So instead of using this in a static format, I do my homework, you start looking at it as I'm creating a companion who's going to work with me. 2 more things. 1, you're constantly going to learn. The tools are going to change. Yesterday we were using ChatGPT. Tomorrow we're going to use Anthropic. And maybe there's new companies, new tools that are coming. Make sure you're ready to learn. Never be afraid to learn. Make sure you're curious. And most important, make sure to ask the question why. Why am I going to do it? Who does it benefit? How can I make this happen? When will it work? What will make magic? This is what I'm here to tell you, and use those questions to hack your education. Because if you hack your education that way, you will never fail. You will always be growing. You will always be growing. Does that make sense to you? Great. That's what I'm here to do, hack your education. And the future belongs not to the ones who are thinking it, but to the ones who are doing it. Become a doer. That's my challenge to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Suprit. Thank you. I wracamy znowu do języka polskiego.
And right now, let's switch back to the Polish language. Let's take a look at the labor market yet again, but this time from the perspective of a recruiter, Tomasz Jakubik from the BNP Paribas Bank Polska. He will tell us more about how you, young people, can start your professional career, take the very first steps, and find the right professional direction that is fully compliant with your values. So, Tomek, over to you. The stage is yours. Welcome. Hi everyone, hello.
Czy widać prezentację?
Can you see the presentation?
Ja swoje wystąpienie chciałbym zacząć od
My
tego,
presentation is going to start with the
na to, jak
following.
mówią o nas.
Let's take a look at what people say about us how they describe the Z generation.
Że powiedzą o nas
Sometimes
w ten sposób.
it happens that can say
Bardzo
the
często
following.
mówią o nas również tak.
Very often they also
Brzmi
say
znajomo?
this.
Pewnie tak,
Very
bo takie
demanding,
stereotypy
not
panują.
loyal.
Natomiast całe
Sounds familiar?
szczęście,
These are the
że
stereotypes that keep
stereotypy nie
circulating. But thank
Ja nazywam
God,
się Tomasz Jakubik.
stereotypes do not work. My name is Tomasz Jakubik, and normally I deal with all kind of standardization processes in my bank, but today I'll talk about how to build your professional career, your career path in a fully aware manner. But let's start with the data that perfectly indicates that we are under pressure of being successful. And it doesn't make things easier that we have so many choices, a lot of opportunities, and additionally we have to consider a fast-changing world. 36% of us declare that we are unable to determine what is that we really want in our life. Also, 36% of us are faced with the fear of making a wrong choice. 25% declare that they have no passion whatsoever. At the same time as the entire generation, we don't want to live under stress at a constant pace, being overzealous, working extra time, constantly overworked, and this is our power, thanks to which the labor market can really need us. When it comes to our education and the entire career path, we have to approach it in a fully conscious manner because the labor market keeps evolving at an unprecedented pace. Technologies keep entering each and every sector. What we learn today at the university perhaps will be no longer needed in 5 years' time. Obviously, it does not mean that it doesn't make sense to study. In most cases, studies, basically, are just a means to an end. If you graduate, perhaps your CV will look like that. A short entry saying an MA, or like in my case, I graduated from the first degree studies. Not a lot of recruiters will focus on it, but your CV can also look like that. A lot of projects, additional initiatives, social involvement, voluntary work, some kind of apprenticeship. Just a diploma itself will not open a gateway to your labor market. The diploma does not decide who you are. It's about what you learn on your pathway to your diploma. Hence, I need to underline that already during your studies you can start building your career path. The diploma can only be the icing on the cake. It can be just the proof that demonstrates that we deliver on our promises because our studies are our own choice. It is on the way to reaching a diploma we can gain valuable experience that will help us later on the labor market. Already, during your studies, you can learn building valuable relations. You can gain a skill to learn, you can show a sense of bravery in action, you can boost your self-esteem, and you can acquire a sense of agency. Hence, from the period of your studies, you should get so much more of it, not just a diploma. You have to involve yourself in all kinds of projects, student initiatives. Today they are being organized on a big scale with a lot of dynamism. Find an apprenticeship. Maybe your university works with some kind of an organization that you would like to work for in future. Get to know this. Get to know yourself. Commit mistakes. Change, act in a brave manner, because this can turn into your biggest asset. The activities that I'm talking about right now can be genuine assets and values in your CV that will not merely be a list of diplomas, but a history of your action. How to go about building your CV? Let's start with your personal data. During the recruitment process, what is going to be indispensable, is going to be only your name and surname, your telephone number, email address. During the recruitment process, nobody should be interested in your full address, place of residence, your gender, or date of birth. Let's move to the photograph, because you tend to ask a lot of questions about it. A photograph in your CV is not a standard and not a requirement. It is not really practiced in many countries. But I know that in Poland, we like to see a photo of a job applicant. That's why me, in order to increase my chances when it comes to the labor market, I like to include my photo, but it's better to avoid like a selfie or a vacation photo. Interest. This is the type of CV I decided to showcase to you today because, for one thing, recruiters, once a given applicant is entering the labor market, and usually they are very stressed when it comes to the job interview, we like to ask about interest, because this gives a space to a job applicant to talk about what is that they like, what is that gives them a buzz. It's good to include it in your CV, but it should not be too long. Music, films, books, psychology. It doesn't tell a lot about you. It has to be more specific. What films, what music, what books, what domain of psychology specifically. And what really matters is your job experience, because based on this usually decisions are taken, and here you have to use the specific numbers. You have to demonstrate what is that you learned thanks to all kind of student initiatives or projects that you are a part of. You have to describe your role. 6 seconds. This is how much an average recruiter has for our CV. So sometimes less is more. Make sure it is transparent and intelligible. You already do know that your diploma would not always be a gateway to your labor market. You know that it is already during your studies that you can start building your professional career. You already know what to focus on when working on your CV. And last but not least, remember that adjusting, it's not about that somebody prefers you like. So you have to find an organization that allows you to feel yourself, where the values of the company go hand in hand coherently with your values. We are not a generation of papers, diplomas or randomness. No, we are the generation of choices, and this is our genuine power, and you don't need a lifelong plan. My story today is a story about taking the very first informed steps, and this will be enough. This will be sufficient. Thank you. Tomek, thank you so much. Such an inspiration, very practical from a relatively young person who only just started their professional career. And just to finish off the last blog, another voice from the young generation. Lena Szczygieł, CEO of Planeta NFT project and a co-organizer of Web3 Students Expo. Lena, over to you. The stage is yours.
Cześć wszystkim, jest mi bardzo miło tutaj gościć.
Hello, hi everyone. It is so nice to be here. Let me welcome everyone at the beginning. I would like to thank you cordially for inviting me, and today I will bring you closer to skills, competences of young generation, as well as what is that they find inspiring. As a young individual who started acting. So once again, my name is Lena Szczygieł. I am the founder of the project Planeta NFT. I am the co-organizer of Web3 Students Expo. I would like to introduce myself to begin with. I started acting at a young age when I was just a first grader in the high school. This is when I started my very first social activities. Right now, I am about to graduate from the high school, so a lot is going on. At the beginning, I would like to tell you about how it all started, just to inspire you, introduce you a little bit. I started implementing my project Planeta the
onboardingu
NFT
młodzieży
that
do
focused
Web3.
on onboarding
Mieliśmy po prostu
the
inicjatywę
teenagers
edukacyjną i
to the
wspólnie z
project.
moim
We
zespołem
had
zaczęliśmy
an
działać w tym
education-based
temacie.
initiative,
powiem wam
and we
tak,
started acting
ja
in
nie
this
miałam
area.
żadnego
Let me say the
doświadczenia.
following.
Nie
I
wiedziałam,
had no
jak
experience
zarządzać
whatsoever. I didn't know how to
projektami. Nie miałam
manage
absolutnie takich
projects.
kompetencji, ale to
I
wszystko
had no
było
skills in this
tylko i
respect
wyłącznie tym, że ja miałam
whatsoever.
ambicje.
It
Ja
was
byłam
all
po
about
prostu
me
ciekawa
being
i
very
chciałam coś
ambitious,
stworzyć. I tak to się
curious.
wszystko
My
zaczęło.
desire was to basically
naprawdę
create
dzięki temu,
something.
projektowi
And this was the starting
wiele się
point for
zaczęło
me.
w moim
Thanks to the
życiu,
project,
bo
a
na
lot of
przestrzeni tych
things
lat,
happened in my
zaczęłam
life.
współpracować z
Over the
wieloma
years, I
firmami,
started cooperating with a number of companies, and I
gdzieś tam
also
swoją ścieżkę, tak też dostałam pierwszą pracę,
I started
więc
my professional
powiem wam,
career.
że,
I received my
taki
very
niby niepozorny
first
projekt, a tak naprawdę
job,
bardzo wiele zmienił w moim życiu.
not seemingly a significant
I co, powiem
project,
wam
yet
tak,
it proved to be a game changer in my
najważniejszą przede
life.
wszystkim
Let me say the following.
taką umiejętnością
What is
na
absolutely
przestrzeni tych lat,
critical
którą
when it comes to
zobaczyłam,
all the
to nie bójcie
skills
się
that I
działać.
appreciated
Ja wiem,
over
jak
the
to brzmi,
years was not
ale
to be
słuchajcie,
afraid to
najważniejsze
act.
to jest po
I
prostu
know
podjąć
it sounds
jakiekolwiek
strange,
kroki.
but
Żebyście
what
się
matters to
angażowali w
begin with is
jakiekolwiek
to start
inicjatywy.
taking any
Słuchajcie,
steps you
teraz
have to
jako
become involved
młodzi
in
ludzie
any kind of
naprawdę
initiatives.
mamy
Today,
dostęp do
as young
internetu,
people, really we have
mamy bardzo
access to
dużo
the
ciekawych
internet.
perspektyw
We have a
przede
lot
wszystkim.
of
Ja na
interesting
przykład,
prospects ahead of
sama
us.
widzę, że
Me, for
żyjemy w
instance,
świecie po
I
prostu,
can
gdzie
see for
naprawdę
myself
dużo jest
that
inicjatyw.
we are
Między innymi
basically
jakieś
living in the
szkolenia, kursy,
world swarming with initiatives, a
wydarzenia,
lot of
nawet tak
additional
jak dzisiaj,
courses, initiatives,
co tam jeszcze,
events, just like
konferencje.
the one today,
I naprawdę tych inicjatyw jest bardzo
conferences.
dużo, a
So
wy
a
możecie
lot of
skupić się po
interesting
prostu,
initiatives to
na
tap
jakiejś
into.
dziedzinie, która was
And you can
interesuje.
basically
Nie
focus
musicie
on
być
the
pewni,
domain
czy to na
around
pewno
that you are
jest dla
interested
was.
in. You have
Po
to be
prostu warto
sure
jest,
that
po
it is
prostu
really for
pamiętajcie,
you.
warto jest spróbować.
Because please
Nieważne, czy to
note,
jest
please
dobre, czy
bear in
nie, zawsze
mind
z tego
that it's
wynieść
worth
jakieś
trying. No
Często
matter if it's
rozmawiam z
good
moimi
or not,
znajomymi,
you will always draw some conclusions
że
from it.
po
I like to
prostu
talk to my friends
mają
very
problem
frequently.
ze znalezieniem czegoś, co ich
Basically,
pasjonuje w życiu.
what
Nie
they
wiedzą,
find
co
problematic
robić,
is
wybierają
to
jakiś kierunek
find
do liceum,
what their genuine
albo
passion
nawet
is
teraz
in
na
life.
studia.
They don't know what
I
to
wiecie, i
do
stoją przed
when it comes to
decyzją, że nie
high
wiedzą,
school or
w jaką
university
stronę iść,
later on.
tak?
They have to take
Myślę,
a
że
decision
wiele z nas,
what kind of
ma takie
direction
po
to
prostu
take in your
komplikacje
life.
gdzieś tam
I'm
w
sure
swoim
that
życiu.
a lot of
No i
us
słuchajcie, to wynika
find
z
it
tego, że
familiar
my
when
po
it
prostu
comes to
właśnie
those
nie próbujemy.
complications in
Nie
your
próbujemy
life.
się rozwijać,
This can
nie
be
próbujemy
attributed
gdzieś
to
tam
one
szukać
thing.
jakichś nowych możliwości w
We
naszym
fail
życiu. A
to
to jest bardzo ważne.
try,
Nie
to
wiem,
try
interesujecie się
developing, to
programistyką,
test
czy
new
jakimiś
opportunities. Maybe
technologiami, czy
you are
artystycznymi
interested
bardziej
in
rzeczami.
programming or
Słuchajcie,
more
jest bardzo wiele
artistic
możliwości,
things.
które możecie
There are
wykorzystać
so
w tych
many
czasach.
opportunities
Uważam,
to
że to jest pierwszy
harness
krok, który
in
wy
modern
musicie
days.
zrobić,
This is the
ponieważ
very
jeżeli wy
first
już
step that
przełamiecie
is
się i
absolutely
zaczniecie
necessary.
działać,
Because
zobaczycie, jak bardzo was
once
to
you
rozwija.
start to gain
Ja na przykład
momentum
pamiętam
because you
gdzieś tam
started
moje
acting, you can
pierwsze
see that
jakieś
it can be
wystąpienia
incredibly
nawet, czy
developing
jakieś
for
pierwsze
you,
konferencje, jak właśnie
empowering. I
uczestniczyłam,
remember
czy
my
jakieś
very first
poważniejsze rozmowy
presentations,
biznesowe.
conferences,
To był
or
ogromny
even more
stres.
serious
To
business
wszystko
talks.
było dla mnie
It was
nowe, nie
incredibly
wiedziałam
stressful
kompletnie
for
od
me.
czego
It was all
zacząć,
brand
jak
new.
mam się
I
w tym
had
wszystkim
no idea
odnaleźć.
what to start
I co,
with,
z
how
perspektywy
to find
czasu,
my
nawet
feet
tych
in it.
kilku
But
lat,
with the benefit of
widzę ogromną zmianę
hindsight,
w sobie
I can
i
see
tak naprawdę dzięki tym
a
wszystkim
wide-reaching
inicjatywom,
change
które ja
within
podjęłam,
me, thanks to
jestem
all the
taką osobą,
initiatives
jaką
that I was
jestem. I to mnie
involved
właśnie
in.
wykształciło bardzo
I am
pozytywnie.
today
Dlatego
who I am. So
najważniejsze
this
to jest właśnie, żebyście
shaped
skupili
me
się na
very
tym,
positively.
że jesteście młodzi,
So what really
że
matters
tak
is to
naprawdę
focus
możecie
on the fact
bardzo
that
różne
you
rzeczy
are
robić i nie
young, you can do
słuchajcie, i nie
so many
skupiajcie
different
się na
things.
tym, co
Do not
czujecie
listen to
wy,
the others.
ponieważ
Focus
to
on what
wy
is that
żyjecie
you really
własnym
feel,
życiem i nikt nie może
because
za was
you
decydować, tak?
live your own
Koniecznie
life
też,
and nobody else
musicie
should
wiedzieć,
decide
że
for you.
w życiu jest różnie.
Additionally,
Też niektóre decyzje,
please
które
note
podejmiecie,
that
mogą
life's
okazać się błędne. I myślę, że
Life
każdy
tends
to
to
wie.
take a different
ja na przykład z mojego
turn. Not
doświadczenia
everything can be
wybrałam zły
positive. From my
kierunek
experience,
na
I can
liceum.
say
Poszłam
that
na biochem,
I chose
przeniosłam
the
się na
wrong
Czy świat
faculty
się
during
skończył?
my
Nie. Wyniosłam z tego
high
fajne
school school, but was the world over? No, not really. I drew a lot of good conclusions because I experienced different perspectives. Right now I know that I'd like to focus on IT sciences more. So again, we have a lot of prospects and opportunities in life, and I believe that for the time being, each and every one has to face one decision. What's next? What is ahead of us? If you feel that this is something that you really want to do, just keep on doing it.
z pytaniem, że
Very
czy jest w
often
ogóle
I am
możliwość
asked one
godzić,
question.
rozwijać pasję i tak
Is it
naprawdę jeszcze się
possible
uczyć.
to develop, foster your passion and learn at the same time? Can it be reconciled? I got down to learning in the second class of my high school. I worked a lot. We organized a lot of conferences back then. And it is common knowledge that, high school, I mean, it cannot be compared to studying at the university. I cannot really talk about that. But from the perspective of a teenager in the high school, I can assure you, you can do it all. If something is your genuine passion and you derive a lot of joy from it, you will always find time. And just to sum up, do not be afraid to make a decision. Do different things, keep trying, keep testing. I'm keeping my fingers crossed for you, and thank you so much for inviting me here. Lena, thank you so much. Listen up. The very first block of the conference, Masters and Robots Youth, is ahead of us. Is over right now. We are going to have a short coffee break. Please remember to breathe, to smile, stretch your legs, catch some energy for the next part, and we will come back after the break with the next thematic block dedicated to the sphere of digital hygiene. We'll talk about emotions, health, disinformation, how to maintain balance in our digital world. Please come back on time, because the blog will be opened by Mateusz Glenn, a very popular internet creator known as Popular Aunt, Popularna Ciotka, and he will talk about how to handle living in a digital world, constantly in the spotlight. So let's enjoy a coffee break, 15 minutes.
Dobra, Kasiu, teraz ja przesiądę się, ja zrobię pół godziny.
Dzień dobry. 15 minut taka porządna
Good afternoon.
przerwa lunchowa.
15 minutes is a good lunch break. So welcome after the break and let us start the second block devoted to digital hygiene and resilience. So let us start with someone who knows the world of the internet and social media, Mateusz Glenn, who is an internet creator who has and he will be talking to to a journalist from TVN who talks about lifestyle. So today I'm not wearing a skirt, so it's difficult to recognize me, but I assure you it is me. Mateusz, thank you very much for being with me. We have been joking enough, and I believe that the majority of you knows you as a smiling, positive person. And a couple of months ago, you wrote on your profile, let me cite, I'm an internet creator who makes people laugh and is really energetic like a volcano, but I want you to know that I opening saying that I'm in psychotherapy for myself and for my mental well-being. Well, how do you feel now? Well, very well. And at the beginning I thought this is very private matter. Going to therapy is something really personal. So I had this brainstorming with myself, and I realized that I couldn't help myself and I needed assistance. And for several months I kept it private. I haven't told about it anyone, even my grandmother. And then I realized that it is nothing to be ashamed of. Well, obviously what happens in the psychologist's office is private, but if hundreds of people follow me, I know that I have an impact and I can talk about it, but it's okay to talk about emotions, that you have a worse day. And it was, everyone thinks about me, this is a funny guy who dresses up like a woman, but it doesn't mean that I don't have personal issues, that I do not have emotions, that I do not think about the past or the future, and it's worth talking about it because we are taking care of our mental health and our safe zone. What has been very touching to me, on the Boys' Day, you approached boys, men, and told them they are right to have emotions, to express them. What drove you to do so? Well, in my aunt universum, you have a 10-year-old Kuba, and the aunt told him it's okay to have emotions, it's okay for boys to cry. I'm 27 years old, and I was brought up at the times when, being the only boy in the family and boys don't cry. You should be tough. You have this song, you have a film entitled Boys Don't Cry, Boys Don't Show Emotions. And I believe we are departing from this. And more and more people say that men are also sensitive, men also have emotions. So I'm, doing funny videos, but you can, get a very wise message in it. And when I create funny videos and I have really many followers, I can use it to share with something important. So you told me that yesterday you had a meeting and a lady told you that your videos have therapeutic value. Yes, when people pay me compliments, they say, yes, this is fun, it's great, congratulations, but sometimes they share their personal experience. And a lady who was brought up by grandmother because her parents died and the grandmother died. These videos are safety net for her, as if she was talking to her grandma. And she told me that, on everyday basis, she really feels better once she sees the videos. And to me,
tak naprawdę, że czuję, może tak to powiem, że
I
czuję,
can
że to
tell
jest
you
coś
that
więcej niż tylko komedia,
this is
ale
something
zatem też
more
stoi się
than
jakaś
fun,
komisja
that there is
społeczna,
some
którą
message
naprawdę
behind, a
realnie gdzieś tam
social message, public message that really is my vibe. So in order to do so, you need to be self-confident. How have you learned self-confidence? How the young people who listen to us can build on your experiences to build self-confidence. Well, even since preschool, I was willing to perform. I was active in social life, and my self-confidence was consistently growing. But I also has faced hate, especially in my high school when I dressed differently than other boys, that I had different interests than boys, or I spent more time with girls because I felt more comfortable with girls and they were more interesting to me. So as far as self-confidence is concerned, songs helped me, TV programs, when I just, built this shell and I realized I live my life and I decide what I want to do, who I want to love, and the person I want to be. So with time, I started to do the things I love, and I realized that they are valuable, they are funny, they are needed. So if there are any haters who said, oh, there is a boy who dressing like a lady, there is no constructive feedback for me from such hate. So I cannot learn a lesson from that, so I'd rather focus on positive energy and therapeutic values. And this is a part of my self-confidence because I know I do it well. I know in the good internet bubble, I do not share pathological content. So I'm confident of my stance. So you told to your haters, I don't care. But the truth is that not everyone deals so well with haters, especially if you are a teenager, for example. So how to do it not to care? You have to learn it. This is a skill. So this is for a reason that I published this video, and I truly do not care. But it doesn't mean that these comments, it's not only me that I read it. And then the young people will see these comments, and it is usually that it is someone who is not anonymous. This is a guy who is 50 plus and he comments, and maybe the children can read these comments, and if I don't care about what they think, other people may care. So I feel that I have built this self-confidence over the years, but you need to remember that you do what you love, and if your job is your passion, then this is a different world. And when I started to produce on the internet, I could cut out from some people, because sometimes you are dependent on your family, even financially dependent, but when I was on my own, I had this safety net that I could choose my family. And the people you surround with, they wish you well, and the people to whom you wish well helps you open up. And then you have a sincere relationship. And if someone wishes you well and gives you positive feedback and can give you positive advice, then this self-confidence grows and the courage grows, and then you are authentic. And this is what I want to do on the internet. Obviously, I wear a mask of an auntie aged 60, but within there is Mateusz, who is true to himself, and I'm not just a performer, and when I take the wig off, I'm totally a different person. I do show my sensitivity in this video, and this is why I like you. You are true. You do not pretend to be neither an auntie nor Mateusz, and being authentic Is it a process or just it takes courage? Well, I believe it takes courage more. We live in the times of AI, and sometimes you do not know, you cannot tell the truth. So it depends what you think and what you want to show on the internet. Showing my emotions, showing my sensitivity. Obviously, I don't talk about everything, but I talk about the things I want to share with others. And being artificial would sell, but I'm, when I think about the internet of a society, so if I say something important on the video, so for example, it's October, so this is the month of remembering about oncological issues in Poland. So the auntie was wearing pink, which symbolizes this month, but still maybe it will help some people to think about it. And this video will be not that popular as compared to a video when this pathology is, fighting for money. And, algorithms, you cannot fight them because something is more clickable and something isn't. So if you focus on a major topic, it can be uncomfortable for someone. Well, I'd rather prefer entertainment, not to think, just to have some fun. Oh, when he talks serious, then I don't feel like listening to him. So how much time do you spend in social media and in front of the screen? Well, to me, my phone is my work, so I spend a lot of time online. And yesterday I met a friend of mine, and he saw me that when we are meeting together, I'm not, checking my phone unless someone calls me, and I'm not scrolling and not verifying who commented or liked. Oh, I can say, sorry, give me a second, give me a minute, I need to publish something, and then I will go back to you, because I believe face-to-face contacts are essential and very important, because if you laugh at videos that children used to play in the playground and in a sandpit. Yes, it is true that we live in the digital world, and I am professionally addicted to phone, but I can put it away when I focus on something else. You also record at home. Is it easy for you to close the door and leave Auntie, or is Auntie around you all the time? Well, I'm a Gemini, so Auntie and Mateusz is one person in my mind, but luckily I have a separate room devoted to my work. This is my studio, this is my dressing room, and this is where Auntie lives, which is quite comfortable because you do not mix your lingerie and underwear in one drawer. Obviously, sometimes Auntie enters living room or kitchen, and then I just, tell her, go back to your room. So I not only work at home, but also I am often on the tour because, I live in Gdynia, but Warsaw is the business hub, and I really separate work from my private life. So Gdynia, this is like Shrek used to say, this is my bog. Obviously, I come to Warsaw to do business. Social media is the time when you have a different life, an artificial life. But to tell the truth, social media is fun. This is a community. This is something that can build a relationship in a new way. What benefits do you see of social media? Well, I have recorded for more than 3 years, so I have my auntie's family. So this is the community who wish me well and whom I wish well. And it is fantastic that Auntie can reach both the youngsters and senior citizens. So I have used my social media because, you know, after 12 months, some news agencies have approached me and publishing houses. I have published 3 books. So then you could, you know, go outside the black box and develop on different fora. So yes, I know that not everyone is appealed by the media, because to some it is very comfortable to stay at home and publish, but I like trying new things and facing challenges, and I'm very happy that I have progressed so much. And you know, and I start thinking that I have done it. That it was my good job and it was my effort that I have succeeded, and I'm really happy that I made my dreams come true. And I believe it is very important because in Polish you say udało mi się, and you can translate it, you know, it's been done, luckily. And in fact it is I have succeeded, what you should say, or I've done it, well done, good job. So, you know, this was thanks to my creativity that I have progressed, and then, you know, I have developed on Auntie. Obviously, initially I thought it was some lucky algorithm and it will be gone, because you cannot be happy for too long. But, you know, I have taken the first step, then the second, and here I am, and I'm very proud of what I have achieved. This is my passion, this is my job, and I'm very happy that you are where you are, because you are great to work with, and I want to assure you he's really hardworking. I have worked with him a lot. And now let us give the floor to the young people. I have a question. What was the biggest challenge for you when you started working with camera? You mean the camera in the studio or online? Both in the studio and online. To tell the truth, you know, I just, you know, use my mobile phone to record. And, you know, it is very easy for me to talk. I'm a talkative person. So it was really easy for me to become an auntie in front of a camera. And after the first invitation to Dzień Dobry TVN, you know, I was really excited. It was something new, a different format. And when I entered the studio, you know, I saw the makeup artist and everyone. And then I said, I realized, well, this is where I belong. I love the cameras. I love this hustle and bustle. So I just lived here and now. And at that point, I felt that I'm not stressed about it. There isn't a bigger challenge than to work on TV. So I'm a media creature. You know, even if someone came to my high school, I was the one who interviewed them or talked to them. But you know, when you go on TV, this is something different, because you cannot replay. This is live TV. But I love challenges, I love improvising and being live and to learn scenario. And you know what is the bad news? This is the end of our conversation. This is the worst time on TV. Yes, this is my curse. I hate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Well, it was nice. And we want to wish you health and a lot of health. Thank you.
Tak, bardzo dziękuję.
Thank you so much.
Zdrowie najważniejsze.
Health is the most important thing, especially mental health, and we are talking about it. And now another presentation concerning this topic that everyone faces. This is fake news, disinformation, half-truths. So I would like to invite Katarzyna Bołkowicz, who is media expert, and will talk about disinformation.
Dzień dobry, bardzo się cieszę, że was
afternoon. It is really nice to see you. I came here totally unprepared. I have only 10 minutes, and within this 10 minutes, I want to present you several years of my experience of researching this information. And I want to tell you that this information isn't where it is. Because usually think about media, politics, and we believe that fake news is only on TV when one politician fights the other and they disagree and then say, MP, you are presenting fake news. But if you want to see where is the disinformation, go to a drugstore and look at shampoo shelves and you will see the most disinformation. Do you want more? Go to a grocery store and buy a pack of chips, big pack in which there is really little chips. So disinformation, first of all, takes three forms. And in English they are called disinformation, misinformation and malinformation. Disinformation is when someone consciously provides you wrong information and you want to manipulate them. Misinformation is when you do it unintentionally. So this is when you gossip. And you will love to gossip about people that are not present in the conversation. And malinformation is using the facts and presenting it from a different angle that you change the way of thinking about a given social group. You have media and non-media disinformation. If someone says, I don't watch TV, I do not listen to radio, so disinformation is not my problem. And obviously there are many people who do not use the internet or social media in Poland, and they are also affected by disinformation because it is on the packaging of products, in advertising, in what other people talk to us. You do not need TV, you do not need the internet to face disinformation. And last but not least, you have individual and planned disinformation. So what it means? That you can have disinformation produced by one person, but you can have organized disinformation campaigns like the ones offered by individual countries or groups that oppose you. So it will be Russia or China who produce disinformation and who want us to think differently on a given topic because it pays off to them. And in business, you have foreign flags which focus on communication on different levels to make whole companies collapse. And the most important tool you can use either in business or in life is communication. Communication causes war, but communication can stop war. You never reach compromise or end a war in the field, but at the table. And the question is whether you are ethical or not. This information didn't start in the social media. It was present in the ancient times. During elections of two famous guys who wanted to offend one another, they just pressed coins and said that one or the other had an affair with Cleopatra. So why are we talking about it? Because this information, although it has always been present, since the start of social media has become omnipresent. So what's the problem? The problem is such that we often do not know that you are a part of disinformation distribution that has been produced by someone. And this is the case with climate. Apparently, the authors of climate change disinformation who say this is not true or this is conspiracy theory, globally there are only a few dozens of them. So there are a few dozens of authors who spread this content on disputing climate change. So why there are so many people are affected by it? Because you enter the internet, you read something, you do not verify, and then pass on this information, and this is how this information spread. We have seen disinformation about health during the pandemic. We saw so many fakes. We got new and new information, and at our university we called it infodemics. So it was the time when there was so much information, the true one and not so true one, that you go crazy. And what is the most important and what is very dangerous is the fact that disinformation changes our way of thinking about the world. So disinformation not only happens when one politician argues with another, but because we are changing our opinions on the influence of someone else. And I've been dealing with disinformation for many, many years, and I'm not free from it. And I can be affected by it also, because you have disinformation in science also. There has been this famous experiment in Poznań when a fictitious scientist was established. So she was called Anna O. Schust, which means Anna Cheater. And so they have so she was offered jobs at prestigious organizations because she has had so many publications. Alex Jones in the US, he has built media empire on disinformation. He was sacked. He was let go from the TV station. So he opened his online channel, and he has made enormous money because he was saying that they are going to get cancer from 5G. He even negated the massacre in the US when one guy entered a school with a gun and killed 26 people. So he sat in front of a camera and said it didn't happen. And you know what is the worst thing? Not that he said that, but 24% of Americans believed him. This is 75 million people. 2 Polands believed that a thing didn't happen, although this was a true fact. So what can you do with it? Well, you can tell that instead of disinformation, you can present facts, and it will be okay. Well, it is not enough. There is a guy who wrote a book entitled Truth, Tim Phillips, and he said something really wise. In order to have a beautiful garden, you do not need to weed, you need to plant flowers too. And this is your obligation, because this information affects all of us, and you can prevent, you can fight it in a very tangible way. So first of all, you should draw attention about the sources of information. So what you watch, what you read, what you consume. So as much as you pay attention to what you eat, it's like, you don't want to have cheap sausages. You do not want to have cheap information either. If something is for free, it is probably not true, because quality content needs to be expensive. So if you have, a stack of money on your table and each click is one zloty to someone's pocket, then you wouldn't be so reckless. And you pay with much more valuable currency. It's your attention, time, and mental health, because this is also about mental health. And secondly, please pay attention to what you publish, because there is no such a thing, my wall, my thing. Because you are present on social media platforms, and on average you have 100 friends. So if you publish something, within a minute, it can reach a few thousand people. So you need to take responsibility for what you say, what you write, what you publish. It is not only about me. Other people can make decisions or take steps that can cost their lives. And this information can kill. It was the case in the pandemic when some people said that you could kill domestos, a bleach, in order to prevent COVID. And some people did. So please remember that you have a say about the world of information. It is in your hands. So do not only weed, plant flowers too, and disseminate good information, quality information, true information, and the world will be a better place. Thank you.
Bardzo dziękuję.
Thank you so much.
Katarzyna, a teraz
Katarzyna,
historia,
and now
która pokazuje, że edukacja naprawdę
the story which shows that education can change lives. Over to Ela Wojciechowska, president of Digital University, who is the organizer of today's event. And although it is for free to you, it has been co-founded by our partners. And she will be accompanied by Natalia Bujańska, stipendist of the University of Success, a Poland-wide program which supports young women in personal and professional and digital development. The floor is yours.
Dzień dobry wszystkim. Ela Wojciechowska.
Good afternoon, everyone. Ela Wojciechowska.
Będę udowadniała, że
opposite to what we heard from the previous speaker, I'm going to prove that sometimes things that are free of charge can be of top-notch quality. Today I'll talk about the student of law faculty, and she is involved in the activities of a number of foundations. When it comes to voluntary activities, Natalia, let's start with the beginning. What encouraged you to approach this program, University of Success? As we heard from Ella, I heard about the program just after my Matura exam. I was just about to graduate from my high school. And I wasn't sure what's next, what kind of faculty I should focus on, and this is how I hit upon the University of Success thanks to my female colleague, and I decided to apply. And what is that inspired you? What was so critical that made you think, oh, this is something for me? I was looking for myself, I wanted to get to know myself better, and I saw that the foundation can help young women to find themselves, especially when it comes to the labor market. So you completed the application, and then what? Next, I received a phone call from Aleksandra Grabowska that I was accepted. I got in. I remember this day very well. It's a good memory. It started with the camp based in Poznań, where we had a number of all kinds of trainings and workshops, and currently I am involved in a special AI course. When you came to our camp in Poznań, what were your expectations when it comes to the University of Success program? Frankly speaking, my expectations were limited only to what I read on the internet website. I had no idea what it would look like, and it came to me as a nice surprise. I met a lot of nice people, and for the very first time I took part in a networking dinner. I got to know what networking was. I gave it a try. I had a wonderful photo shoot to my CV, and it proved to be extremely helpful as well. So the program is still ahead of you. You have not completed it. You are still taking part in the course dedicated to AI tools. But so far, what is that really translated specifically into your life in practical terms? What influenced you? Honestly, probably the stationary camp based in Poznań, because this is where I had a chance to meet both Olas that were the organizers of the event. And I also met a lot of other girls that, just like me, got into the program. They were admitted to the University of Success. And we are still in touch. We keep supporting one another, given all kinds of groups and events. All good, great. Camp, but this is not all. Also HR, consultancy, mentoring. Have you completed these stages of the program? What are your memories mentoring program is still predominantly just behind me. Sylwia Górska, my wonderful mentor, I'd like to say hello to her if she's watching us. And the mentoring course was really successful. My mentor has proved to be a wonderful person. We were a perfect match, so I'm so happy that I had a chance to take part in it. Can you remember any situation that proved to be especially important to you? Something that stuck in your head when it comes to camp or consultancy or mentoring? I remember a situation from the camp where after the lecture of Jowita Michalska, I approached her and I asked, what subject is worth studying currently? And she told me that it is the law of new technologies, and this somehow translated into my final choice when it comes to my studies. Now, to the best of my knowledge, you are focusing on this direction, law and new technologies. Great. Congrats to you. Such an excellent choice. Can you feel any actual benefits thanks to your participation in the University of Success? Did it influence you? Yes. I can feel a number of benefits. Self-confidence, awareness that I can also do it, or our limitations are only stuck within our head. The entire program, although it is still being continued, it has already developed me a lot. I was able to spread my wings and acquire a lot of experience when it comes to organizing some conferences or just participating in all kinds of workshops. Have you noticed any tangible change within you in the aftermath of the program? Yes, for one thing, I became more open because I always used to be much of an introvert. I was afraid to approach people, shut up, and the networking, all kinds of situations that I dealt with made me overcome all the barriers. I started just talking to people. I became much more open. Who would you recommend the University of Success to and the participation in it? I would definitely recommend the program to the girls who, just like me, at the beginning do not really know what is that they want. They don't know themselves. They are afraid, apprehensive. Also, I would recommend it to those people who don't have any support, who are basically afraid or fearful. Natalia, thank you so much. The program of the University of Success is dedicated to young people. You can find more information at www.uniwersytetsukcesu.com. But the foundation offers a number of other educational programs, courses that are addressed to young people. You can develop, you can grow together with us. Thank you so much for the conversation. And on a finishing note, what would you say just to conclude the conclusion of the program? Do be afraid and keep on doing things. The limitations are only in our heads. Fear is a good emotion, but it should be overcome as well. Thank you.
Bardzo dziękuję. Bój się i rób to również moje
Thank you
hasło,
so
które
much.
przyświeca mi
Be
na co
afraid
dzień.
and keep
A
on
teraz,
doing
słuchajcie,
things. This is also a
najliczniejsza
motto
grupa,
for
która
me.
wystąpi podczas
And
naszej
now the
konferencji.
biggest
Masz
group
osób,
that is about to
zobaczymy za
present
chwilę na scenie
during our
Masters&robots.
conference. We are going to see
I
three
ta trójka
people
zabierze
on
nas w kulisy
the stage
cyfrowych
of our
iluzji.
Masters
Zapraszam
and
serdecznie
Robots
Mateusza
conference.
Lawrence,
We'll talk about
specjalistę
digital
od zarządzania
illusions.
ryzykiem
Mateusz
organizacji w KIR,
Lawrence,
Idę
expert
Bończak,
on risk
specjalista w
management in KIR
Departamencie
organization,
Strategii
Ida
Rozwoju IT
Bończak,
KIR oraz
the
Marcina
Department of
Łunkiewicza,
IT Strategy.
współtwórcę nagrodzonej
Marcin
Oscarem
Łunkiewicz, the
animacji
co-creator of the
i autora
Oscar
pierwszej na
winning
świecie reklamy telewizyjnej
animation
stworzonej w całości
and the
przez
author of
sztuczną
the
inteligencję.
first
Zapraszam.
commercial entirely created by AI. Welcome onto the stage. The stage is yours.
Cześć, jestem Aiwa. Zanim zaczniemy,
Hi, I
szybki
am
test.
Aiva. Before we
Czy
start,
ja
a
jestem
quick
fake,
test.
czy fakt?
Am I
Okej.
fake or
Większość z was
fact?
pewnie pomyślała
Okay,
fake.
most of
I
you
macie
probably
rację.
thought
Nie jestem
fake, and
prawdziwą
you are
osobą.
right. I am not
Ale
a
mówię
real
o bardzo
person.
prawdziwym problemie.
But I'm talking about a
Bo jeśli
very
musieliście się
real
chwilę
problem.
zastanowić, czy
Because
istnieje
if it took you
naprawdę,
a minute
to
to
wyobraźcie
wonder if I
sobie,
really
jak łatwo
exist,
dziś
please
uwierzyć w
imagine how
dowolny
easy
film,
it is
który
to believe
wygląda
in
prawdziwie.
any
Dlatego
kind of
wspólnie z
video
Fundacją
that looks
Tiberium
genuine.
Info
That's
stworzyliśmy
why together
serię
with the
Fake czy
Foundation
Fakt.
Tiberium we
5
created
odcinków,
this
które uczą
series.
rozpoznawać deepfake'i i
5
dezinformacje.
episodes that
Nie daj
teach
się
you to
nabrać.
recognize
Wystarczy
between
3
fake
sekundy nagrania z naszego profilu w
disinformation. Do
social
not
mediach.
be taken
I
in.
oszust
Just
ma nasz
3
głos,
minutes
albo
of the
głos
video
naszych bliskich.
footage
Technologia
on social
deepfake
media
nie jest już
and
science
the
fiction.
fraudster
Jest w
has
twoim
our
telefonie,
voice.
w mailu,
This is no
w
longer
tym, co widzisz na
fiction.
ekranie.
It is in
I
our
działa, bo
telephone
trafia w
media,
emocje.
what you can see in the
Strach,
screen,
pilność,
and it works
zaufanie. Bo
because
brzmi
it targets
prawdziwie i
emotion,
wygląda
trust.
autentycznie.
It
Bo nie masz
sounds
czasu się
real and it
zastanowić.
looks real because
Dlatego
you have no
najważniejsza
time
jest
to
jedna
wonder
zasada.
and analyze it.
Zatrzymaj się, sprawdź i
There is
zweryfikuj.
one principle
I to
that
naprawdę
matters.
działa.
Stop,
Na TikToku
analyze.
seria fake czy fakt
It really
zebrała już
works. On
dziesiątki
TikTok, this
tysięcy
serious
wyświetleń i
fake or
setki
fact
komentarzy.
has a lot
Od
of
śmiechu
thousands
po
of
prawdziwe rozmowy o
displays
tym, jak
and a lot
rozpoznać
of comments
manipulacje.
starting from laughing and real conversations about how to
Siemanko wszystkim.
recognize
Także
disinformation.
wątpliwości zapewne, czy AIWA jest prawdziwa, to muszę was rozczarować, my jesteśmy prawdziwi. Generalnie rzecz biorąc, tak, po mojej lewej stronie Ida Bończak, specjalistka tutaj do spraw IT, z prawej strony
On the right,
no i
there is Marcin sitting and Mateusz, myself, a grey man
chcieliśmy troszeczkę pogadać z wami na temat
dealing with security. Today I would like to talk to you about deepfake, using AI
w zasadzie
for
zacząłem
deepfake.
wprowadzenie
Basically, I would like to start my introduction
dosłownie teorii, także
with a moment
jak ktoś ma
of
jakieś poduszki
theory.
w plecaku czy coś, to jest właśnie
If you
ten
have
czas, żeby
some
je
pillows
Więc
in your
tak,
rucksack, maybe you can take it out right now.
Sztuczną inteligencję w zasadzie
Generally,
wykorzystanie można
AI
podzielić na
and
dwie
its
główne
application can be
kategorie.
divided into
Czyli
two main
numer jeden to będzie
categories.
taka
Number
kategoria,
one,
która generuje
the
treści,
category
można
that
powiedzieć,
generates
praktycznie od zera.
content practically
Natomiast
from
druga
scratch.
kategoria to
And
jest
the
taka
second
kategoria, która
category
wykorzystuje pewne treści
is the one
i
that
tworzy
uses
pewne predykcje.
some content and creates some predictions. So in a nutshell, deepfakes are generated in the following manner. There are two systems. Machine systems that cross each other. One generates image, voice, the other one verifies whether it's okay, whether it's sufficiently realistic, and this process keeps being repeated until the best possible effect is generated. Basically, this is it as for theory. Thank you so much.
Dobrze, to może ja tylko tak jeszcze dodam, że właśnie,
If I may,
tak jak wspomniałeś, są dwa rodzaje AI.
as you mentioned,
Bardzo upraszczając
there are
ten
two
temat,
types
to
of
będziemy
AI.
mieli
Just to simplify it,
algorytmy, które bardziej
there is
przewidują
the
i są
algorithm-based
analizą
AI.
kontentu,
They keep
który już
predicting,
jest.
they
I mamy
analyze the
AI
existing
generatywne,
content, and there is this
dajemy
generative
prompty,
AI. So we
generujemy
give
coś
prompts,
nowego. I to są właśnie
generating
one
something
podlegają
brand new,
pod,
and these are
generative AI.
deepfakes, and they can be
taki właśnie
classified as
szybkim
Gen
może
AI.
faktem, że
A very
pierwsze
quick fun fact.
deepfake'i zaczęły się pokazywać już w 2017,
They were
kiedy
available
pojawiły się
as early as in
troszkę negatywnym
2017 when they
ponieważ były
appeared in a slightly
wykorzystywane do
negative light.
Przedstawiania bardzo sławnych postaci,
Because they were used to
różnego rodzaju
present very
kompromitujące
famous
sytuacje.
individuals in
I to
all
było
kind of
pierwsze
highly
takie wystąpienie
compromising
deepfake'ów właśnie w tym 2017.
circumstances.
Z biegiem czasu one
This
stały
happened
się
in
coraz bardziej
2017, the very first application of
tak jak na
deepfake, and then they
początku było to
became
nakładanie
increasingly
twarzy na
sophisticated.
istniejącą już
At the
postać.
beginning, it was
W tym momencie można
juxtaposing
wszystko
a
wygenerować od zera
face
i tak jak właśnie widzieliśmy
with
przykład
an existing
Iwy,
individual.
to
Now
chcielibyśmy
everything
się
can you
zapytać,
generate everything from
jak
scratch. We
wyglądał
just saw the
proces
example of
tworzenia
Iva. So what about the actual creation process? Can you tell us the details? The actual process of creating a doll. Let's go back in time. We are talking about deepfake and fake. Generally, it's all about one thing. Fake boils down to lies. AI can be used to tell lies or to tell the truth. As Iva said, this is the truth. What about the actual production process? We have trained several models depending on what is needed. All of them are taught what Iva is. Iva has the entire world created its image, so you have trained your bases to train Ava. Yes, we taught her who she is, what she looks like, what her voice is, and we connected her to several AI models. One generates voice, one generates image, one generates all kinds of scenarios, so it's more like an AI agent and not the entire video production pipeline. Although the video is going on, we have a lot of video editors, so post-production is not done by AI, but by your team. Yes, exactly. In terms of timeline, how much time do you need to generate a video just like the one we just saw? It was around 2 minutes. If we have prepared, trained formats, all the tools that we need, It boils down to, well, it's just a matter of days. How much time did it take you to prepare the base? Another several days, basically. Listen up. Given the traditional production, if we were to produce it all, find an actress, run a casting studio, lights, cameras. Here we were able to accelerate the process by 70 up to 80%, as I understand. If you have some kind of base ready, then this process can be duplicated, right? It can be repeated, it shortens the time significantly. Wow, this technical side is very interesting, but we don't have a lot of time, so let me ask you about generally some positive aspects when it comes to using deep fake. Is there anything positive? Because Marcin, you are a total ultimate innovator in this field, so you can see something positive. Can you bring us closer to some possible advantages? The very first advantage that we just saw, as you just saw, is AIVA. We can basically use technology in order to tell the truth, explain what is good and what is bad. We can use AI to analyze enormous amounts of data from a different perspective. We are able to analyze a lot of information and draw some conclusions, and this helps us to accelerate certain processes. For instance, we use AI to create communication strategies, because in a standard process, documentation research, it takes us several months, whereas here we can do it over several days or a week, so it all changes radically in terms of the actual timeline. So you can see some advantages in terms of business. Yes, to sum up, in the world of business, deepfake can find its application when it comes to accelerating the production of anything. So cost reduction, increasing the potential costs. And now I'd like to ask a question and developers as well, myself. What is its relation to normal, ordinary people, especially from the perspective of the younger generation, teenagers? Because in the world of business we can find some application. This is where the future lies, but AI, after all, it's a tool which consequences and the product will hinge only and exclusively upon the operator. And already today you can analyze and determine that already in the internet surroundings, based on IPSOS report in collaboration with UNESCO 2023, we had 8,000 respondents analyzed, and 84% of them indicated that they fell victim to disinformation at least once. So disinformation, deepfake, unfortunately, it goes hand in hand when it comes to the internet environment. And as we heard during the previous panel by Katarzyna, she talked about disinformation in a very cool way, and we tried to develop the idea because we talk about one specific aspect, namely how disinformation operates in the internet world. Currently, it is so easy to generate any kind of video footage that can encourage some decisions, influence decision-making process, because it influences the actual emotions. Rafał Brzoska, just a quick example, a well-known business owner, his image was used to convince people or persuade people to invest in a scam platform. Yes, I also need to focus on this. This is an increasingly popular motive, namely a lot of popular faces of popular famous people are being used to promote some kind of platforms, investments. So generally, fast money, given the status that you don't have to do anything, you don't need to work. If you want to drive a fast, good-looking car, you are one click away from earning 2,000 PLN a day. It could possibly seem that there are some specific risk groups, for instance, the elderly, that could be vulnerable to scams, but right now it is so sophisticated, so advanced that everybody is in a risk group. Everybody can fall victim to this kind of scam or in a kind of form of disinformation. When it comes to the recent report by NASC on cyber violence on the internet, this was the main target. 3,900 people at the age of 14 up to 17 were questioned, and 71% of them noted that they fell victim to violence on the internet, including 66% of them showed
kradzieżą tożsamości.
some
W
fears. They were
momencie,
afraid that
kiedy
their identity would be
żyjemy w takiej
stolen.
digital era, gdzie
We are living in a digital era, and 75% of our Polish population,
w social mediach i z nich korzysta w miarę regularnie, to
they
każda
all have
osoba,
portals
która
on social
postuje
media
w
and they
tych
use them on a
social
regular
mediach
basis, but
jakiś
everybody who
swój
keeps
wizerunek,
posting on
jest
social
narażona
media
na
their
właśnie tą
image,
kradzież tożsamości.
they are vulnerable to identity theft. Let me just add, this is the other side of the coin. There are a lot of people afraid because we are dealing with a lot of scam and deepfake, but studies show that close to 70% of young people fail to verify any information at all. And they believe that what has more likes is true. So here, we cannot remain one-sided, expecting that the world would adjust itself to our expectations. We all need to verify, analyze, and make informed decisions and choices. What you're talking about should be a standard. Like in my case, I can see that I tend to think that, after all, if so many people saw it, view it, and believed in it, it must be true, it must be legitimate and well-founded. If I saw that only 10 people declared that they liked it, this could be like basically a warning sign or a red flag that no. So what's popular is more credible, yes. Yes, subjectively, unfortunately, I can see this kind of mechanism. But you know about social media and the way that algorithms operate, right? If something is interesting, it is being liked by many people, then algorithms even enhance it. So how can we possibly defend or protect ourselves if we are an average user? We have to use the internet in an informed, aware manner. There's no better way than just to verify the information. Marcin, I can see Iva, right? We saw that it's a silhouette of a human being, like 2 legs, a pair of eyes. It doesn't look like a cyclops, 10 fingers, 10 toes maybe, plus minus. So I could easily believe, right? I could be tricked that what I'm looking at is true. If I can see that basically something looks relatively normal, how can I determine that there are some details that help me differentiate between what's true, what's not? At the beginning, when AI was used to generate it, it was easy to recognize, like 11 fingers instead of 10. It was so easier to tell the difference. Right now, it is so advanced, and we have to pay attention to tiny details. This is what I'm driving at, you know, for instance, facial expression. It's not fluid, it's not flexible when it comes to emotions. Body looks like too good, basically. Interaction with the environment. You can see that there is one hand, and there is another hand on top of it. Like today, maybe these are the details that we can pay attention to, but tomorrow it will be out of the question. The only option is to verify your sources and check who published it, why, what for, how many people published it or shared it. Was it really a human being or a bot? From what channel was it published or shared? This is the only verification method available, so you just have to employ common sense, and you have to remain skeptical when it comes to the entire topic, because it is becoming basically, yes, more and more advanced. I am afraid to go to my bed and fall asleep because I'm afraid of tomorrow. Tomorrow I won't be able to tell the difference between a human being and a robot, probably. Okay, all good, just a brief conclusion, right? To wrap it up, generally, I'm sitting here listening to you, and there are 2 conclusions that come to my mind. Number 1 is that basically there are always 2 sides of the coin, the positive one and the negative one. So basically, AI, deepfake, they can be applied in business. Yes, it's our future, definitely. And this could even have a positive aspect. The negative aspect, we can be easily tricked. But let's bear in mind, we need to verify our sources, and this sounds so super smart. Just a minute to wonder. Before you consume content on social media, take a minute to analyze it beforehand. Thank you.
Bardzo dziękujemy trójce naszych
Thank you so
rozmówców.
much.
A na zakończenie strefy cyfrowej higieny, temat,
And to
który
finish
dotyczy też
the
każdego z nas,
mental
czyli
digital hygiene topic, we'll focus on digital security. So we will talk about fake media, fake information that can harm us. Przemysław Poręba, security expert at Blik, will talk about how hackers operate and how to protect yourself against them.
Dzień dobry Państwu.
Good afternoon.
Przemysław Poręba.
I represent Security Department at Blik.
O czym chciałem Wam dzisiaj opowiedzieć?
Today I'm going to talk to you about security in general.
Szkoda, że nie słyszeliśmy też dźwięku,
I'm sorry you didn't hear the sound, but I will tell you what was said on the video. So we are not talking only about digital security because
wychodzimy z założenia, że
we
bezpieczeństwo
believe that security doesn't start with your smartphone or computer, but with your head. Why is it so? While I was driving here to the studio, I was looking about the passengers on the bus, and I saw smartphones, and I saw the screens, the messages they were reading or sending.
Do innych użytkowników internetu. Słyszałem rozmowy bardzo
głośne. I heard phone calls, really loud ones, sometimes even including secret, confidential business information. So let us wonder whether cybersecurity and hackers and antivirus programs and security protocols, are they about security more, or is it our behavior that is more impacting on our security? And please note that I have entitled my presentation Tricks, not only psychological ones. So, starting with psychology, it is worth mentioning about social technology. This is manipulation, manipulating with your feelings and causing a situation or making someone do something that they wouldn't normally do. And when you think about digital security and digital attacks, hacker attacks, usually the black hoodies and guys sitting in some basements and having several monitors in front of them, but this is not the case today.
Mogą dotknąć, ponieważ te wszystkie zagrożenia, które nas
because all the threats we face today, they are in your smartphones, and I would like to focus on the smartphones first.
Po pierwsze, smartfon to
so first of all, smartphone is only digital wallet. It is a place where you store private data, confident data, and if I can ride on a bus and see other people reading the screens, I can see them entering their PIN codes, I can see confidential information sent, I hear conversations I shouldn't. So if I really wanted to follow a given person, and if I want to use the information about them, it's enough to stand next to them on a bus or on a train. So modern hacking is collecting information and using it against individuals. and groups. So once you use your smartphone, so you sit on a couch, you're comfortable, you send a link, you spend social media and do other things online. And smartphone offers many opportunities, but also prevents you from many opportunities to verify the threats that you can face. Let us talk about email that you want to read in your smartphone. An email in your Gmail inbox. Do you know who is the sender? Because if you see it on the computer, you can verify the address from which it was sent. On your smartphone, it's not that easy. You need to tap twice and open several functionalities in order to verify the sender. So what you see is just a label, and anyone can set such a label in your email. So if I want to impersonate someone, I can do a label saying I work at a revenue office, and I'm counting on that someone who gets the message will read it on their smartphone and will not see my email address. So the first thing you should do is to verify the email addresses, and remember that in your smartphone it's more difficult to do so. It is also similar with text messages or links in social media. I believe time and again you are getting links from your friends, but remember that once you get a link, you do not know where it leads you. Yes, you can think YouTube, Instagram or other online forums, but you will not verify it until you enter the link. And if you want to verify it on the computer, you just, you can see the whole path on your smartphone. It's not that easy, because if you press the link for too long, you will enter it. And what it can be? It can be some malicious chains. It can be information that some unusual situation is described under this link, and someone encourages you to enter the link. So if you follow the link, if you click on it on social media that you leave in order to see, the social media asks you to log in. So this is obviously the fake and a trap. If you want to skip logging, it means that someone on the other side wants to steal your login and password. And even with login, it's not that difficult, because login is usually email address which is made public anywhere. And hackers use leaks that are available online. But once you enter the link and you want to see this great news, you will obviously never see it. You are giving your email address and password. And what happens if hackers uses your data? They will use our account, they will change the password so that you cannot enter your account. And then it will, he or she will use the account to send to your friends or anyone in your inbox requests for sending some money, especially via Blik. So, it's very common that an email account is stolen, and then, they send a message. I'm at the pharmacy, I'm buying some medications, and I've run out of money, I need 50 zlotys. And then, you have a scanner that if you get such an email or text, please do not do it. What you can do, you can send Blik via transfer, online transfer to a telephone number. So even if a hacker has taken over the account and you send it to the email account account and you send the money to bank account of your friend, then you can ask your friend to return it. But if you do it only via code, and then never write to your friends that, hey, someone has hacked your account, because the hacker already knows that someone has realized that the account has been hacked and will modify their modus operandi. Similar problems, smishing or text scans, so paying additional amounts for a parcel or for your gas utility supplies or for VOD access. So do not click such links, please, because it is usually that scammers impersonate different institutions and they send mass texts. And then they think, well, I got an SMS about parcel, because they are just sent to many users who will get hooked. And if you click on the link, because you are worried that your access to VOD service will be blocked, you then give. So the scammer uses your blick code to get the money. So if a mobile telephony operator hasn't blocked such an account, you need to be very careful. And there are also different tricks, like a phone call. Someone calls you and tells you that they are a family member or a friend of friend, or maybe an official. So you would hear that there is a big problem with your money, especially that someone has been stopped by police, and you need to support the proceedings to make sure that your friend or your close one doesn't get arrested. So in this case, scammer will try to convince you that they are the person, like a police officer. So they will use the language. Language is very important. So they will use sophisticated vocabulary. You wouldn't know what they mean by it. But if you have a bank representatives who presents to you the problem and uses sophisticated vocabulary, you can believe they are the person. So they would be using posh words like convergence and other to convince you that you were talking to a bank staff member. And then they will manipulate your emotions and will encourage you to go to ATM or do something else in order to give the money to the scammer or to send the money, transfer the money to a technical account. And please believe me, bank accounts do not have technical accounts. So, when you hear someone saying that your money is in danger, you need to send it to a technical account, well, such an account does not exist. So they want to get your money. They are after your money. And the second phenomenon is false investment. So false investment let's say on social media you see an advertisement and someone endorses it, be it a public figure or influencer, and this advertisement says this is a great offer, invest 100 zlotys and you will earn 3,300 per day. It is obviously fake. This is a scam. And the scammer starts a relationship with you and gets money from you on a regular basis. Obviously, you will never see the return. And what will happen? Because scammers work in cycles and they plan long term. So please remember that they are experts in cheating. They cheat professionally, at least 8 hours per day.
W ten sposób oszukują. Więc co się stanie później?
So what happens next? Then a legal office can contact you and tell you, you know, you have been cheated, so please make a given payment and you will help you regain your money. And obviously such a legal office doesn't exist.
Co jeszcze możecie spotkać?
What else can you do?
No, fałszywe sklepy.
False shops and deepfakes.
Warto zawsze weryfikować informacje.
So you need to verify the information and seek secondary source of information. Do not believe what you see, especially online.
Na pierwszy rzut oka, ponieważ mamy taką skłonność do tego,
że we as humans are prone
najbardziej bliskie
to believe what you believe in. And when you disseminate such information and you become an element of troll factory, so this is all from me. Thank you and be safe. Przemek, please stay with me because we are talking about cybersecurity. And we have a cyber trick here. And now you can see the video together with sound.
Jedna decyzja.
One decision,
jedna chwila nieuwagi, by zostać oszukanym.
And you can be cheated.
Ale czy musi tak być?
But does it need to be the case?
Nie rób nic pochopnie.
Rewind. Do not
Wiadomość
act
od
so
znajomego.
quickly. A message
Prośba
from
o
your
kod.
friend.
Jednak nie każdą prośbę warto spełnić od razu. Sprawdź, czy dane
Request to
zgadzają się
send
z
the
tymi,
money
które
or
już
give a
znasz.
code. Please
Zweryfikuj, z kim
verify
naprawdę
if
rozmawiasz.
this is the true information.
Nie klikaj w podejrzane
Please
linki.
call this person. Do not click
Kupuj tylko na
unknown
sprawdzonych
links.
platformach.
Buy only in verified marketplaces. Block
Ustaw
your
PIN.
screen.
Pamiętaj
Have
o
PIN
dwuskładnikowym
code.
uwierzytelnieniu.
Remember about
Bezpieczeństwo w
two-step
sieci zaczyna się od
verification.
twoich decyzji.
Online security starts with
Żyj
your
bezpiecznie.
decisions. Be safe.
Bardzo dziękuję.
Great, thank you very much.
Do widzenia.
No cóż, słuchajcie, to teraz przeskakujemy
Now
do
let us move
zabaw, do AI Playground.
to AI Playground, and the last presentation in front of us, Łukasz Foss of Microsoft, who will talk about the skills related to AI that can be developed today in order to prepare for the job market of tomorrow. And our Digital University Foundation will announce a competition for schools, and those which will attend a course AI The Future Starts Today will be offered grants for activities that develop the skills of the students. So please follow our website and our social media to know when the course will be launched and when the competition will be launched. And now over to Łukasz.
Dobrze was widzieć i wiem, że to był
Good
długi
to
dzień,
see you.
ale
I
mam
know
nadzieję,
it's been
że
a
był pełen
long day,
inspiracji.
but
Mam
I
nadzieję, że
hope
te
it's been
kolejne 10
inspirational,
zajmą
and
utrzymać
I'm
ten
hoping
poziom,
that at
który
least
dzisiaj był na tej sali
the
w
next
trakcie tej transmisji.
presentation
Nazywam się
will
Łukasz
also
Foss,
be
w
interesting to
Microsoftie
you.
spędziłem pewnie
I
całe
have worked
dołączyłem
your
bardzo
whole
wcześnie.
life
Powiem
at
wam, że
Microsoft. I
długo
have joined
mówiłem,
the
czym się
company
zajmuję.
very
Ale
early,
zdecydowanie najważniejsze
and
umiejętności
to
AI.
me
Mam
the
nadzieję,
most
że
important thing is
wyzwania.
AI skills,
Moja
and I want to
historia też się
encourage
zaczęła
you to have
inspiracji.
such
Byłem w
skills.
waszym
And my
wieku.
story started with an inspiration. I was roughly your age when I attended a similar event, and then I thought that technology is great. No one was dealing with technology at that time, so yeah, I thought it was cool, and I, had an opportunity to join the community and the corporation I work at, and it has been 16 years that I have been with the company, and I believe that AI skills and they are tickets to fantastic future because I'm not only they are for necessary for anyone because any job in the future will involve AI. And the slide I had got from my boss shows how AI AI develops or progresses. And if you want from your IT classes, you have Moore's law, which says how processors develop. If there are IT teachers with us, you probably know that such laws have defined technology, and they have told us how quickly a given field develops. And today, at the times of deep learning, which involves statistics and mathematics, which seem boring, but this is what drives the technological progress. And today, AI offers, it grows exponentially within 12 months. So never before new technology hasn't progressed that fast, and it is really growing at a fast speed, and it is worth following it. And I have used this technology to think about the future. And to tell you the truth, in AI assistants, I ask them big questions. So why AI is such a big thing? It is universal. So anyone can use it at any time and in any job. So generative AI is multimodal, and you can just talk to it. And AI has told itself that the future will be easier because it can release us from repetitive tasks. So once I have prepared for today and how to organize the competition without AI, I wouldn't be that agile, and I wouldn't get certain information. So now I can research much faster, and I believe that generative AI makes access to big tech more easy, and it makes life easier simply. And I am a person who works at a computer all the time, and AI makes my work faster. So you are talking about the jobs of the future. So I just coming back from a job fair in Gdańsk, and students, university students, asked me what to do about the future and what will be the big thing. And I believe that at the end of the day, it will be three things. I believe that there will no longer be traditional jobs. So you need to be flexible. You need to look at the trends. And going back to the clue, AI creates new jobs and changes the existing ones and creates new types of organization. So you can observe hashtag startups, which operate in a totally different way than the ones that were interesting or operating 15 years ago. So this is a table in which you can see how AI changes the jobs that we know very well. So let us start with people who have invited you to this event, teachers. So AI can personalize a test and give you personalized opinions. So it is not so that you can write something from the scratch, because AI uses context and with our comments can personalize something. It is also logistics. So I've been driving from Sopot here, and I saw a truck that got broken on the side of the road. So probably the company has learned about this defect once the driver called the company. But maybe AI could observe this vehicle, this specific vehicle, and could prevent the defect. So AI is a part of any job, and there are certain that involve great responsibility, like medical practitioners are using Safe AI, which is tailor-made for them, which works a bit differently than the generative one, and which is based on quality data which has been prepared for this specific job sector. And practice. Well, can you give us some practical tips? Today, in the world of technology, you have new jobs. A friend from League was talking about cyber threats. We have quite recently published a report, and Poland is the third most frequently attacked country. So if you like adventure stories, I believe cybersecurity can be your superpower that will define your for future. And people who are responsible for cybersecurity are really in high demand. Machine learning and all good mathematics and statistics, because the mathematics seems to be boring, but it drives AI today, and it is thanks to mathematicians and statisticians that you can talk about this curve that is going really up, and you can talk about the breakthroughs. So we've been talking about the revolution of using AI in any job, and this is cool because this technology is for everyone. So you do not need to learn all this difficult stuff to use AI. And what is unique is the timing in which you enter the labor market or when you learn your skills, because now we have new organizations. They are innovative, they are startups that define the future. So being an entrepreneur and being a startup owner is challenging, but today, because of AI development, is really exciting. And there are certain jobs which have never existed, but haven't been described yet, never mentioned in CV or on LinkedIn or in job announcements. So data labelist, so someone who develops a language model, and they need to do it very carefully. And AI is not only technology, but also critical thinking, and it is really of key importance in such jobs. We also have cyber expert jobs and AI experts who may generate deepfake, but also fight deepfakes. So you can use AI in different ways, and I believe that we as human beings will be much more proficient at using it than we are now. And please remember that AI cannot tell you whether today using your favorite AI, so I have asked our co-pilot to lead us and to lead the discussion, to inspire you, or maybe to test you whether this superpower will be of interest to you as far as everyday life is concerned. So you can say, yes, this technology is progressing so fast. It's great that it creates new jobs, but is it ready for the future? Yes, I believe that generative AI is something that can offer you a lot. You do not need to wait for another great breakthrough. You do not need to wait for the scientists, because it is already there. And statistical machines, this is the original name of the AI, it has originated in 1980s. And this was the time of first breakthroughs in machine learning. So this is something that you can start on your smartphone and ask what Microsoft does, what is in the AI course we are preparing together with Digital University, and what you as teachers can do to use this technology. And it is very simple. You need to ask the assistant and give it a prompt. And saying, hey, I want to work in HR. How can I use AI in my work? And in a minute or in a few seconds, depending on the model you are using, because some of them are just as speedy as your friends, some others are as your teachers, and they will present you an analysis. And please remember that this technology is prone to make errors. So you need to verify, you need to say, I check. So this is really interesting and attractive to you. If you are 18 and over, so if you are a student or you are in the course of education, for more than 20 years we have organized Imagine Cup competition. So we have had many Poles who have won this competition. So we would like to invite you to present your ideas. Maybe this will be a breakthrough idea, maybe a startup, which will show how to use AI in order to have another fantastic company that can compete against Microsoft, for example. What we have done together with Digital University is a course that is already available to you, in which we explain the superpowers of AI.
Zachęcam was, żebyście wzięli w tym udział.
So I strongly encourage you to attend this course, and we will be encouraging you to do so. And the best way to use AI is to use the skills related to AI. Thank you.
Super, dziękuję Ci bardzo, Łukasz.
Thank you very much, Łukasz.
O, słuchajcie, 3 godziny minęły.
3 hours passed so fast. So this is the end of our journey. It was very inspirational. I hope you got a lot of interesting information, a lot of knowledge that you can use to develop and to create your future. Please remember that anyone who registers on Masters&Robots Youth conference will have access to the contents for 30 days.
Zawodowe wam na to nie pozwoliły. Zanim się pożegnamy,
before we say goodbye, we want to thank our partners without whom this conference wouldn't have materialized and wouldn't have been made available free of charge to so many people. So strategic partners, Ministry of Digitalization and BNP Paribas, partners Blake Kiert, Fundacja Cyberium, TVN Nationale Nederlanden, educational partner, Technical University of Lublin, honorary patronage, Minister of Education. And before we conclude, please remember about the competition for the report of your conference attendance. Books by Frederick Ferdas with his signature are waiting for you. And last but not least, what can I tell you? Don't wait for the future. Create it for yourself. Be brave. Experiment. And be aware of what's going on around, how the world changes, and use the latest technology and AI in prudent way. And be yourself and be true to yourself. And please believe that humans are more valuable than technology. Thank you very much and see you next year.